Chapter 3646. The middle-aged man pondered for a long time before saying, "Looking at them for the past 2 days, I was reminded of someone." "Who?" the two men asked at the same time. "Ghost Dr. Fungio." The middle-aged man's eyes flashed when he said these words. From his observation, the woman in red was very likely to be Ghost Dr. Fungio. Almost everyone knew about the battle between Fungio, Sovereign Tontian, and the Black Lotus Lord. In the entire world, only Ghost Dr. Fungio could match the beauty of the woman in red. Although he had never seen her before, it was said that the men and women around Fungio were all extremely outstanding with unfathomable strength. From his conjecture and the people in front of them, the woman in red, who was called Master by those outstanding men and women, was very likely to be Ghost Dr. Fungio. One had to know that this area was originally under Sovereign Tontian's jurisdiction. After the death of Sovereign Tontian and the Black Lotus Lord, although no other sovereigns came to take over this area, everyone knew that this area belonged to Ghost Dr. Fungio and Xianyuan Mos. Although they didn't take over now, it didn't mean that they wouldn't become sovereigns in the future. If other sovereigns wanted to take over this area, it would be the same as making an enemy out of Ghost Dr. Fungio and the others. From the current situation, it was clear that no sovereigns were willing to make an enemy out of Fungio and the others for this area. This also meant that sooner or later, the sovereign here would be Fungio. Ghost Dr. Fungio? The Ghost Dr. Fungio who fought with the Black Lotus Lord? The two of them couldn't help but exclaim softly. They were shocked by their father's guess. While the three of them were guessing the identity of Fungio's group, on the other hand, Fungio's group was resting, chatting, and cultivating. The night gradually passed until the next morning. When the sky brightened, Fungio's group left quietly. The villagers didn't know, but the middle-aged man's family knew. However, they didn't come out to send them off. They just watched them leave through the window. Several days later, Fungio and the others arrived at Qianling Mountain. Before entering the mountain, Fungio stored the carriage into the space, and the group walked into the mountain forest. She brought them to the waterfall cave that she and Xianyuan Mos had discovered. The group of people swept through the forest like the wind and didn't alarm the people from the hidden clans of Qianling Mountain. When the ferocious beasts in the forest sensed their presence, they all fled far away, not daring to approach them. This saved them a lot of trouble. When they arrived at the waterfall, Fungio said to the people behind her, "Let's rest here tonight. Make some preparations and light a fire to drive away the cold night air." "Yes, sir," everyone responded and quickly divided the work among themselves. Fungio looked at the waterfall and couldn't help but think of the time she came here with Xianyuan Mos. Now, she was here again, but he was still asleep, revisiting an old place, but things had changed. Her mood couldn't help but become heavy. She walked down the waterfall and came to a place where the water was shallow. She scooped up some water and washed her face. Chapter 3647. Fan Lin walked over and saw her using the cold water to wash her face. He was worried that her body, which had just recovered, would not be able to withstand the cold spring water. "It's fine," Fungio said. She sat down on a rock at the side and said, "Fan Lin, go and see if everyone has enough medicinal pills on them. If not, help them distribute some." "Okay," Fan Lin responded, but he was worried about her sitting there alone. So, when he turned to leave, he signaled Lung Shuang to pay more attention. Lung Shuang came to Fungio's side. Seeing her sitting on a rock, he asked, "Master, do you want to soak your feet?" Fungio agreed. Thinking that the mountain spring water was cool and refreshing, she thought it would be very comfortable to soak her feet in it. Perhaps it could also disperse the depression in her heart. She wanted to take off her boots, but Lung Shuang was faster than her. "Master, just sit." Lung Shuang helped her take off her boots and carefully placed her feet in the water. The water was very shallow, only reaching her ankles. The cool feeling seeped from the soles of her feet to her heart, gradually relaxing her somewhat depressed mood. She leaned back slightly, leaning against a rock at the side. She supported her head with one hand and closed her eyes comfortably. The people over there were busy picking up branches to start a fire and hunting prey. Under everyone's busy work, the fire was lit, the small tent was also set up, and the smell of barbecued meat filled the air. Fengjiu's feet were placed on the rock to dry. She only soaked for a short while before curling up. Leaning against the rock, she unknowingly fell asleep because of the comfort of this place. Lung Shuang next to her stood guard. Seeing that she had fallen asleep, he took out a cloak and covered her with it. He carefully helped her dry her feet and put on her boots. At the same time, he signaled the people over there to be quiet, so as not to disturb Master. Lung Shuang saw that his mistress was sleeping with her head slightly tilted, so he sat beside her and let her rest her head on her shoulder. He used one hand to protect her so that she wouldn't fall to the other side in her sleep. Fengjiu woke up to the smell of meat, but when she woke up, the sky was already dark. She saw that she was leaning on Lung Shuang's shoulder, so she yawned and smiled. I accidentally fell asleep. I've been feeling sleepy lately. Fan Lin said that it's easier for mistress to get sleepy when she's pregnant. Lung Shuang said. Seeing that she had woken up, he helped her put on the cloak and said, "It's cold at night. Mistress, put on the cloak." Fengjiu responded and let her help her put on the cloak. "Master, the barbecue is ready." Luo Yu's voice came from not far away. "Mistress, I also cooked some spirit rice porridge. If you don't want to eat the barbecue, you can have some porridge." Qin Xian's voice also followed. Fengjiu and Lung Shuang walked over. She glanced at them and smiled. She walked to the fire and sat down. "Anything is fine. I'm really hungry today." Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but smile. They cut a piece of barbecue and handed it to her. Then, they brought a small bowl of spirit rice porridge forward. Fengjiu also felt a little hungry, so her appetite was good. She ate a piece of barbecue and drank 2 small bowls of spirit rice porridge. After eating with everyone, Fengjiu had everyone sit around the fire and told them about the situation. Chapter 36:48. Everyone looked at each other and replied, "Yes, master." For their master to specially instruct them like this, it must be an extremely dangerous place. That night, everyone went to bed early and prepared to rest well to welcome the arrival of the next day. The next morning, when the first rays of the morning sun shone on the earth, Fengjiu and the others had already gotten up and packed up, preparing to explore the cavern behind the waterfall. Fengjiu led everyone to the back of the waterfall and walked along the path inside. Luo Yu and Du Fan, who were walking in front, looked at the pitch-black surroundings and said, "Master, how deep is this cave?" Before they could finish their sentence, they heard a roar. Immediately after, a shadow suddenly pounced out from the dimly lit cave. "Be careful," Fengjiu shouted and saw Luo Yu and Du Fan suddenly react. "Master, retreat first." As the two spoke, they faced the fierce beast that was pouncing over. However, when they got close, Luo Yu couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "Wow, how is this a fierce beast? This is clearly a divine beast." Roar! With this roar, the pressure of the divine beast fiercely attacked in the cave. However, Lung Hua and the others were blocking in front of Fengjiu, and the pressure of the divine beast couldn't hurt her. The flame in Gumo's Wei Feng's hand illuminated the area. When they cut out a cluster of flames and moved it forward, they finally saw the appearance of the divine beast clearly. "What divine beast is this? I've never seen it before." Wei Feng looked at the divine beast in astonishment and was somewhat astonished. Each of them had a divine beast as a contract beast. The pressure of the divine beast couldn't even hurt them, let alone their master. However, they were still a little shocked by the sudden appearance of a ferocious beast that had turned into a divine beast. After all, even in the extremely dangerous forest outside, it was not easy to encounter a divine beast. Why would it hide in the cave behind the waterfall? Fengjiu looked at Luo Yu and Du Fan fighting against the 2 mythological beasts and said lightly, "The place we're going to pass through should be a place filled with extremely vicious beasts, and most of the vicious beasts there should be at least at the mythological beast level, so you should be careful." Hearing this, everyone was silent. Most of them were ferocious beasts that had reached the level of divine beasts. He really couldn't afford to be careless. Roar! Another roar was heard, and the faint smell of blood permeated the cave. Smelling the smell of blood, Fengjiu had a faint feeling that he had committed a crime. She took out a sour plum from her space and put it in her mouth, pressing it under her tongue to suppress the nausea. Roar! Roar! The divine beast retreated step by step, cautiously staring at the two people in front of it, then looking at Fengjiu and the others behind it. Just as it was about to turn around and flee, the fan in Du Fan's hand flew out with a whoosh, attacking the divine beast at a speed that was too fast for the ears to cover. Roar! A mournful scream was heard, and the divine beast-level ferocious beast roared. Then its entire body fell to the ground with a bang, twitching a few times on the ground before it stopped breathing. Du Fan coldly looked at this scene. After seeing the divine beast fall, he stepped forward and removed the fan that was stuck in the neck of the divine beast. Once the fan was pulled out, a stream of blood spurted out like a pillar. He hurriedly dodged, avoiding the fate of being splashed by the blood. Chapter 3649. Then we don't want it. Do you think we won't have any meat to eat after we pass that place? Wei Feng laughed and held the fire to illuminate the ground. He said to Fengjiu, "Master, be careful. Don't step on the blood on the ground." Fengjiu responded and continued to walk forward with them. Along the way, when they arrived at the place where she and Xinyuan Mose went that day, Fengjiu said to them, "All of you, back off a little. I'll open this door." Seeing this, everyone backed off and looked at the illusory wall in astonishment. They saw their master take out a mirror and place it on the ground. Along with the mirror landing on the ground, a ray of light was refracted from somewhere and quickly formed a formation on the ground and the wall. When the illusory wall in front of them was opened, everyone couldn't help but look at it in astonishment. They didn't expect it to be such a different world. If their master hadn't brought them here, they probably wouldn't have been able to pass through here. "Let's go." Fengjiu indicated for them to go over. After they went over, she picked up the mirror on the ground and also walked over. After they went over, the illusory wall that was open behind them slowly closed up, isolating both sides. Roar! Roar! Perhaps they sensed that an unfamiliar aura had come to their place. The two divine beasts that were coiled up in this cave let out threatening growls. In the pitch-black light, the four eyes of the two divine beasts were suffused with a cold and bloodthirsty light. They stared at the gradually approaching human figures and the flame that was gradually illuminating the cave. When the two mythological beasts saw Luo Yu, Du Fan, and the others walking in front of them, they lowered their bodies slightly and bared their sharp teeth, ready to fight. However, when the red figure in the middle of the group jumped into the eyes of the two mythological beasts, the two ferocious mythological beasts suddenly trembled in fear like mice seeing a cat. Roar! Roar! There were still two growls, but these two growls had already become very weak and without any vigor. The two divine beasts retreated step by step. Their eyes were filled with fear and vigilance as they stared at Fengjiu, who was slowly walking over. They remembered this human's aura. This was a human that they couldn't provoke. However, didn't this human come here last time? Why was he here again? The two divine beasts retreated step by step. They didn't even dare to directly turn around and leave their backs to Fengjiu, and instead walked backwards, for fear that Fengjiu and the others would suddenly attack them. Master, do these two divine beasts recognize you? Luo Yu looked at the two divine beasts. They didn't dare to directly turn around and run, but they were guarded. And look, their eyes TTS. Fengjiu glanced at them indifferently and said, "Last time, Mose and I came here, and these two divine beasts were lucky enough to escape from us." "I see. No wonder they seem to be so afraid of you." Luo Yu grinned and said, "Master, there are quite a few divine beasts here. We've only walked for a while, and we've already met 3. Chapter 3650. Hearing this, the two godly beasts looked at each other. They didn't believe that they wanted to ask for directions. If they were caught, they wouldn't even be able to live. Thinking of this, they couldn't care about anything else. After retreating a few meters, they quickly turned around and ran out. Seeing this scene, everyone was speechless. These two godly beasts were actually scared to this extent? What did Master and Yama Lord do to them the last time they came? How could they be so traumatized? The group walked out and found that the cave was winding left and right. There were quite a few caves, and there seemed to be the aura of ferocious beasts hidden in those caves. However, no ferocious beasts dared to show their heads. When they went out, what entered their eyes was an endless forest. The damp forest was covered in lush leaves and weeds. Between the branches, poisonous snakes could be seen sticking out their tongues and making hissing sounds. This place is actually more humid than the place we came from. Moreover, there are many more poisonous insects. As Wei Feng spoke, he used the sword in his hand to cut the surrounding weeds to prevent them from scraping Feng Jiu. Let's find a place to rest first, then see where this place is. As Leng Hua spoke, he let everyone walk forward first. After finding a relatively flat place without so many weeds to rest, they would make plans. Master, be careful. Qin Xin and by Qin Sheng followed beside Feng Jiu and told her to be careful. After all, the road was uneven and there were a lot of gravel. Feng Jiu responded and walked forward. When the group of people arrived at a sandy area, the surroundings were relatively spacious, and only then did they rest their feet. Du Fan, Wei Feng, Luo Yu, and the others soared into the air, intending to see how far they were from the forest. Unexpectedly, when they leaped up and saw the boundless forest around them, they couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Are we in the depths of this forest? We can't even see which direction is the exit. Luo Yu said dumbfoundedly. There were endless towering trees around them. As far as the eye could see, it was either a mountain or a tree. They had no idea where the exit was. Du Fan was fanning himself with the fan in his hand. Suddenly, he closed his fan and pointed in a direction. Look over there. What's that? Wei Feng and Luo Yu looked towards the direction he pointed at, and they saw a black mass over there that looked like birds. But the distance was still slightly far, so they couldn't see it clearly. It should be a bird, but this bird seems a little big. Not good. They're coming for us. As Luo Yu spoke, he hurriedly pulled the two of them down. However, in just a short while, the flock of birds that looked extremely far away had already arrived in front of them. The black mass of birds flew towards the three of them. Quickly find a place to hide. Wei Feng shouted at Feng Jiu and the others as he was worried that heading towards them would draw those birds towards them. Thus, he didn't dare turn back and flashed towards another direction instead. Whoosh whoosh. As the swift and fierce sound of air currents tore through the air, the cries of sounded out from the mouths of those enormous blackbirds. They seemed like humans yet weren't humans, seemed like birds yet weren't birds, and emitted a strange and bloodthirsty aura. Everywhere those enormous blackbirds passed, the lush towering trees would instantly become like withered trees, and not a single leaf could be found. Chapter 36:51. Miserable cries came from the mouths of those giant birds. A few of them dodged quickly and escaped, while those that didn't escape were burned to ashes by the flames and dissipated in the air. When Luo Yu, Wei Feng, and Du Fan saw this, they glanced at each other and quickly returned to Feng Jiu's side. Master, Feng Jiu glanced at the three of them and said, "Those are man-eating crows. They specialize in targeting prey in the air. Generally speaking, no one would appear in the air without any concealment like you did before." The three of them couldn't help but lower their heads. Master, we will pay attention next time. They were careless and didn't expect those man-eating crows to be so fast. Feng Jiu looked at the sky. In the next moment, she took a breath and flew into the air. She glanced at the surroundings. Sure enough, she saw layers upon layers of mountains and endless trees. Immediately, she waved her hand, and a flying ship appeared in the air. Come on. She stepped into the ship and opened the ship's boundary at the same time. When the people below saw this, they couldn't help but be happy. They quickly followed and entered the ship. Master, are we going to take the ship and leave this place directly? Luo Yu asked with joy. After staying in the damp area for a while, he felt much more comfortable after entering the ship. After we leave this place, let's find out what kind of place this is, Feng Jiu said. She went to the bow of the ship and laid down on the soft couch. The ship slowly flew in the direction of the sun, isolated from the dangers of the forest below. There were all kinds of things on the ship. There was no need to guard against the surrounding dangers. Qin Xian and Bai Qingsheng prepared some food for Fengjiu. Everyone sat idly and looked at the forest below. They looked at the dangerous situation below as if they were admiring it. It seems that there are quite a few people here other than us. Du Fan gently fanned himself with the fan in his hand and looked at the wisps of smoke rising from below. In the forest, all you see are trees. Now that you're up here, you can see things that you can't see in the forest. Luo Yu grinned and relaxed. However, at this moment, the spaceship suddenly made a loud bang, as if it was hit by something. What crashed into our ship? Luo Yu jumped up and released his divine sense. He saw a giant eagle trying to break through their barrier. The sound of the giant eagle crashing into the barrier was the sound of the giant eagle crashing into the barrier. Another divine beast and a stage 5 divine beast. Luo Yu glanced at the giant eagle, feeling that it was courting death. They had a barrier protecting the ship, and the strength of the people inside had not been revealed. Otherwise, how could a rank 5 divine beast dare to target them? Due to the collision, Fengjiu's body, which was lying on the soft couch, swayed slightly. Chapter 3652. Trying to escape? It's too late. Luo Yu shouted as he swung the sword in his hand horizontally. A sharp sword aura instantly burst forth and sliced towards the giant eagle's claws like a sharp blade. A shrill eagle cry was heard as the eagle's claws were sliced off and swiftly fell into the forest. Seeing that the giant eagle was about to die, Luo Yu said, "I'll leave this place to you guys. I'll go down and pick up the eagle's claws. A divine beast's eagle's claws are worth quite a bit of money. Go. Be careful." Du Fan smiled and only withdrew his gaze when he saw Luo Yu heading down. Seeing that Gu Mo and Wei Feng had already dealt with the giant eagle and dug out the crystal core, he said, "I'll return to the flying ship first." After entering the flying ship, Du Fan reported to Fengjiu, "Master, that giant eagle has been dealt with." Luo Yu sliced off the eagle's claws, and it fell into the forest below. He went down to pick it up, and will be back in a while. Fengjiu responded and narrowed her eyes, but didn't say anything. Not long after, Wei Feng and Gu Mo returned as well. Their bodies were stained with the smell of eagle blood, causing Fengjiu to frown in discomfort. That evil feeling surged up again, causing her to involuntarily retch. Ugh! Master! Master! Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this, and hurriedly went forward. At this moment, Fan Lin and Lung Shuang blocked Wei Feng and Gu Mo, who were going forward at the same time, and said in unison, "Stay away from Master." Wei Feng and Gu Mo couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this and were slightly confused. "Master, drink some water." Qin Xian went forward with water. "Master, sour plum." Lung Shuang turned around and took out a sour plum and handed it over. Fan Lin saw that her face had turned pale and said to the two of them, "Quickly go wash off the smell of blood on your bodies and change your clothes." Hearing this, the two of them realized that it was the smell of blood on their bodies that made their master unable to stand it. But their master didn't know how to do it before, so why, as if he knew what they were thinking, Fan Lin signaled for the two of them to leave. He followed them to the side and said to them, "This woman is pregnant. Some can't get used to the smell of greasy food, some can't get used to the smell of fish, and some can't stand the smell of blood. In the future, you should pay more attention. After the first 3 months, the master will be much better." Hearing this, they nodded. "We understand. We'll go change now," the two of them said and walked into the cabin. When Lung Hua, Hui Lang, and the others heard this, they looked at each other and secretly remembered Fan Lin's words. Because they were waiting for Luo Yu's return, the spaceship stopped in midair. Fengjiu rested for a while, and with a sour plum in her mouth, she managed to suppress that feeling. Thinking about how she couldn't stand the smell of blood and the signs of morning sickness, her eyes moved slightly, and she called out to Fan Lin. "Fan Lin, come here." "Master, are you feeling better?" Fan Lin walked over and asked. Fengjiu responded and said, come and help me make some pills. You do what I say." Hearing this, Fan Lin was startled for a moment, but still nodded. Yes. Lung Hua and Hui Lang moved the long table over and saw Feng Jiu take out some spiritual medicine from her space. She placed all kinds of spiritual medicine on the table, and Fan Lin hurriedly took out the tools to make the medicine. Chapter 3653. Feng Jiu supported his head with one hand as he watched Fan Lin concoct the medicine while instructing him on how to get the medicine, use the medicine, and prepare the medicine. She took a sip of the water that Qin Xian handed to her and glanced at the ship. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "Why isn't Luo Yu back yet?" Hearing her question, everyone realized that Luo Yu hadn't returned even after so long. Du Fan immediately said, "I'll go down and take a look." "I'll go with you," Wei Feng said as they flew out of the ship's barrier and headed towards the forest below. Below, Luo Yu didn't find the pair of eagle claws that fell down, but he saw bloodstains on the ground. He followed the bloodstains and saw a group of mercenaries sitting around a fire in the forest, laughing and drinking. "My eagle claws were taken by you guys?" He stood not far away and asked. His gaze fell on the bloodstains on the ground. Beside one of the mercenaries, there was something wrapped in a piece of black cloth that faintly revealed its shape. It seemed to be the pair of eagle claws without a doubt. "Your eagle claws? Ha 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 ha. Brothers, listen, this person actually said he has eagle claws. Ha ha. So he's not a person, he's an animal." One of the mercenaries raised his head and laughed loudly, mocking and ridiculing Luo Yu. Obviously, he didn't take Luo Yu, who was alone, seriously. Hearing this, a cold light flashed through Luo Yu's eyes. He looked at those people and revealed a smile. "It's been a long time since someone dared to speak to me like this. You're very bold." When his voice fell, no one saw how his figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, the man who was originally standing about 10 meters away from them arrived in front of them. Moreover, he grabbed the mercenary who mocked him earlier by the throat and lifted him up. "You want to die? Just say it. I'll fulfill your wish." Luo Yu's cold voice was filled with killing intent as he tightened his grip on the mercenary. The mercenary struggled for a long time, but was unable to break free. His face was flushed red, and it was difficult for him to breathe. His face turned from red to purple, and the strength of his struggle was slowly draining away. Finally, the sound of bones breaking could be heard, and the mercenary's entire body stopped breathing. His body was limp as he was lifted up with one hand and thrown into the middle of the other mercenaries. His speed was too fast, and this move had shocked the mercenaries. It wasn't until he threw the mercenary's corpse in front of everyone that the mercenaries came back to their senses. "How dare you kill him?" One of the mercenaries shouted angrily. He picked up the broadsword beside him and rushed forward. "Brothers, kill this brat. Kill him. Kill him." 30 to 40 mercenaries' fierce voices were filled with bloodthirsty, killing intent. Even if they didn't take revenge for the dead mercenary, they couldn't tolerate this person's impudence in front of them. If it didn't kill him, where would their mercenary group's prestige be in the future? Looking at those people who pounced on him, Luo Yu snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, a fierce wind from his palm struck out, fiercely attacking those mercenaries. "Xiao! Hu! Bang! Pu! Ah!" Chapter 3654. Du Fan and Wei Feng, who'd come over, stood nearby and watched. When they saw those mercenaries actually dared to provoke Luo Yu and even insult him, they couldn't help but laugh with ridicule. These people are really courting death. With Luo Yu's strength, these people still dared to provoke him. Weren't they courting death? As he watched them being blasted flying by the wind from Luo Yu's palm, Du Fan called out to Luo Yu, "Take it and leave. Master is still waiting." "I know," Luo Yu replied and walked forward. He opened up the eagle's claw that was wrapped in black cloth and glanced at it before putting it away in his spatial ring. When he turned around and walked towards them, a mercenary held onto his aching chest and fiercely stabbed his blade towards Luo Yu. "I'll fucking kill you," that person shouted. But he hadn't even approached when his entire body was blasted flying by the wind from Luo Yu's palm, and he smashed heavily onto a tree. "Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and that mercenary twitched a few times before taking his last breath. Luo Yu's gaze went cold as he stared at the dead mercenary, and then he swept his gaze towards the other mercenaries. There's still anyone else that's courting death, right? I can send all of you down to gather together. Yes, we had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Young master, please spare us this time. One of the mercenaries spoke hurriedly as he retreated. Fuck off. Luo Yu shouted coldly, and his pressure assaulted out along with his cold shout. When those mercenaries heard this, they felt as if they'd been granted amnesty, and they scrambled away right away. Du Fan and Wei Feng glanced at him and said, "There are traces of blood on you. It's better to clean yourself up before returning to the flying ship." Master feels slightly nauseous when he smells the smell of blood now. Luo Yu paused for a moment when he heard this, and he saw that some blood had really splashed onto his body. He didn't know if it was from slashing the eagle's claw earlier or the blood of those mercenaries. Thus, he looked at the surroundings and said, "There seems to be no water source in the surroundings." "There is. There should be a spring 50 meters to the left from here." Wei Feng smiled as he gestured for Luo Yu to clean himself up, and then he said, "We won't wait any longer. Come up after you've changed your clothes." "All right," Luo Yu replied before walking towards the place Wei Feng spoke of. Sure enough, he saw a small spring hidden within the weeds, and he immediately undid his clothes and washed it simply. On the spaceship, Fengju looked at the amount of medicine Fan Lin was about to add and hurriedly said, "Wait." Fan Lin looked at her and asked nervously, "Mistress, is there something wrong?" One had to know that in such a short period of time, the medicine that had been concocted previously was wasted because of his mistakes in the steps. This was already the second batch of medicine. Seeing how nervous he was, Fengju smiled. "It's too much. Just put in 2/3 of it, and you can't add it all at once. You have to add it in 3 batches. You have to grind the medicine as you add it." "All right." He exhaled softly, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and carefully followed her instructions to mix the ingredients. "Master, Luo Yu is coming back." Du Fan walked over with a smile, and Wei Feng followed beside him. Fengjiu replied and said, "Wait for Fan Lin to finish concocting these pills before leaving. You two rest." "Yes." The two of them replied and sat down at the side. Chapter 36:55. Not bad. The taste is very pure. As she spoke, she put the pill in her mouth and swallowed it. When it entered her mouth, she felt a cool and sweet taste, as if the taste of 100 flowers had spread in her mouth, instantly making her feel comfortable. Seeing her eat the pill, Fan Lin also picked one up and smelled it. He also tasted one and felt that the taste in his mouth did not feel like he was eating a pill. Instead, it tasted like candy. He could not help but ask, "Master, this pill was made with over 10 different kinds of spiritual herbs. Finally, it was made with ice-congealed flour and 100 fragrant honey. It has a refreshing taste and is like medicine, but not medicine. What special effects does it have?" He naturally recognized those herbs separately. Among the 10 or so herbs, there were some spiritual herbs that could stabilize the fetus. However, this pill was not a normal fetus-stabilizing medicine. Moreover, although the 10 or so herbs were not hard to find, it could be said that the steps of refining and the accuracy of the ingredients were very precise. If it were not for her guidance, he would not have been able to make it. This pill can stop morning sickness, and it can stabilize the fetus. It can also stabilize the body. In short, it is suitable for pregnant women to use. She smiled and looked at him, asking, "Have you memorized the steps and dosage?" Fan Lin was in a daze from listening to her words. When he heard her ask if he had memorized the refining method, he quickly replied, "This subordinate has memorized it." Then refine some more. Just refine according to the previous standard. I'm tired, so I'll go in and sleep for a while. When Luo Yu comes back, we'll leave." She sat up with a yawn and walked into the cabin. Fan Lin prepared the spiritual herbs he needed and continued to refine the pill. Although these 10 or so spiritual herbs were not 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, they were still very precious. This kind of medicine that could stabilize the fetus and stop morning sickness was something that only his master had the ability to use. Even if other people were willing to take out these spiritual herbs, they would not be able to refine it. Not long after, Luo Yu walked into the airship in a refreshed manner. He grinned at everyone. "I'm back. Where's Master?" He looked at the airship and did not see Feng Jiu's figure. Master said he was tired and went to sleep for a while. "What's wrong? Do you need Master for something?" "He's asleep." "Okay. Qin Xian, take these strawberries and wash them. When Master wakes up, he can eat them." Luo Yu took out a large plate of strawberries from his space and handed it to Qin Xian. "Okay." Qin Xian answered with a smile. She didn't ask any more questions after receiving it and went to wash it. "You picked it down there? I was wondering why you took so long to change your clothes. It turns out that you went to pick wild raspberries." Du Fan smiled and said, "But it just so happens that Master doesn't have much of an appetite during this period of time. He's probably tired of eating all sorts of spiritual fruits. Trying these wild raspberries from the mountain forest would be a good idea." Luo Yu grinned and said, "I was thinking that Master didn't have much of an appetite these days. I also saw that there were a lot of these strawberries beside the spring, so I picked them for Master to eat as snacks." As he spoke, he glanced at Fan Lin, who was seriously developing the medicine. He lifted his chin slightly and asked, "Why is he making medicine?" "Oh, it's the medicine that Master asked him to make. He said it can be used to stabilize the fetus." As Du Fan spoke, he saw that Leng Hua and Hui Lang had already started flying the airship. As the airship slowly moved and flew over the forest, everyone sat down and chatted. Chapter 3656. "Master, you're awake? The food is just ready. We can eat now," Qin Xian said with a smile when she saw her get up. Feng Jiu looked around and saw that the spaceship had landed in the forest. Other than Qin Xian and Leng Shuang on the spaceship, everyone else was busy by the fire outside the spaceship. "What are they doing?" Feng Jiu asked. She walked closer and saw that they seemed to be cooking. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but be slightly surprised, especially when she saw Du Fan and the others rolling up their sleeves and cooking. She revealed a smile. Everyone saw that the sky was dark, so they stopped the spaceship and found some wild vegetables in the surroundings. Qin Xian said softly, "We all brought things to cook, so everyone said that it was better to cook some rice and stir-fry some vegetables to eat. Master, look, they've prepared everything here." Feng Jiu looked over and saw that there were 7 or 8 dishes on the table at the bow of the ship. She walked over and saw that the wild vegetables Qin Xian mentioned were some matsutake and the like. They also made soup. It should be some wild game that they went to catch. There were meat and vegetables, and the soup was very sumptuous. "Master, there's no porridge for dinner tonight. Eat some rice later, or drink some soup. These days, you've only been eating porridge, and I didn't see you eat much. Just now, everyone said that Master has lost a lot of weight." Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled. "It looks very appetizing. I think I'll eat more tonight." She sat down at the table and said to Qin Xian, "Tell them to come up and eat when they're done. Otherwise, the food will get cold later." "Yes," Qin Xian responded, got off the spaceship, and walked towards everyone. Beside the fire, the fragrance of food spread. Wei Feng turned over the fried meat on the iron plate and asked, "Is your side done?" "My fried meat is almost done." It's done. Du Fan also responded. He wiped his sweat with his sleeves, scooped up the meat in the pot, put it on a plate, and handed it to Qin Xian, who came over. "Here, bring it up." Qin Xian took it and said to everyone, "Master, since you've agreed, let's all go up and eat, lest the food gets cold." When everyone heard this, they grinned. "That's good. We'll go up in a while. Let the Master eat first." Dish after dish was served on the flying ship. Gu Imo and Ing, who were guarding the surroundings, glanced at the ferocious beasts that were eyeing them covetously, but did not dare to approach. Then they indifferently shifted their gazes away. Due to the fact that they had to cook in order to avoid being disrupted, they released the pressure from their bodies. Their powerful pressure almost enveloped the surroundings, which was why the ferocious beasts did not dare to take half a step closer. Otherwise, when night fell and darkness enveloped the earth, Those ferocious beasts would naturally not let go of such a good opportunity to hunt. Let's go eat. Let the fire burn for now, Dufan said. After washing the food and putting it away, he wiped his hands and walked towards the flying ship. The others also washed the food and put it away. Then, they carried the freshly cooked dishes onto the flying ship. The tables were joined together, and everyone sat in a circle. It looked very lively. Master, try this stir-fried matsutake spirit beast meat. I stir-fried it myself. Master, try this soup first. I made it. Master, I made this fried meat. It's also delicious. Master. Chapter 36:57. Looking at the food in her bowl, Fengjiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She looked at everyone and said helplessly, "All right, don't help me. You guys can eat." Everyone looked at each other and laughed. They didn't help her get more food, but started to pick up their chopsticks. They drank a little wine, ate the dishes, and were very relaxed. The air was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of food. Even the people from the family clans who were some distance away felt that it was incredible when they smelled the aroma of food in the air. Why do I smell the aroma of food? A man said and sniffed hard. The more he smelled, the more fragrant it was and the hungrier he felt. The aroma of food? How can it be? Where's this place? How can it be the aroma of food? It should be the aroma of meat. It's hard to find food, but there should be a lot of barbecued meat here. Another person said, and indeed smelled the aroma in the air. It's really the aroma of food. Who has such ability? Could it be that they're cooking here? There are many ferocious beasts in this place, and there are many mythical beasts. Cooking here? That's simply courting death. But I really smell the aroma of food. We've been out for a few months and haven't eaten rice or vegetables for a few months. It's either dry food or barbecued meat every day. Now that I smell the barbecued meat, I'm already full. Me too. I've been eating barbecued meat for a few months. I guess I won't eat barbecued meat for a long time when I go back. How good would it be if I had a bowl of hot soup to drink now? Don't think about it. Who would bring a pot and ladle to cook soup when they go out, especially to a place like this? It's good enough to stay alive in this place. Everyone was talking and discussing. They were eating dry food in their hands, but now, smelling the aroma of food in the air, they couldn't eat the dry food in their hands. I'm going to relieve myself. A man stood up and said, I'll go too. Another person said. The two of them looked at each other and walked behind a big tree together. However, the two of them couldn't suppress the curiosity in their hearts. So, they wanted to take a look at where the aroma of food came from. In such a dangerous place, could there really be someone cooking here with pots and pans? After waiting for a while and seeing that the two of them didn't return, the people who were discussing couldn't help but look at each other and whisper. The two of them couldn't have gone to take a look, right? Probably. How is this relieving? How long has he been gone? Do they not want to live anymore? How dare the two of them run around in the middle of the night? They must be tired of living. I'm curious. What could he do if he couldn't suppress his curiosity? Don't tell me you're not curious. I'm very curious about where this fragrance came from, but I won't go to see it at night. What if I encounter a ferocious beast? These two people are really... This won't do. I have to report this to the patriarch. While the crowd was talking, two men on the other side lightened their footsteps and restrained their auras as they leaped onto the tree branches in search of the aroma of the food. However, when they saw a pair of cold and bloodthirsty eyes staring at a certain spot in the dark night, they couldn't help but be so shocked that their hair stood on end. Hiss! Why are there so many ferocious beasts surrounding that place? Chapter 36:58. Why are they staring at the front? There are too many trees and weeds. I can't see clearly. There seems to be a bonfire, but why don't I see anyone? The other person said. Because their line of sight was blocked by the weeds and branches, they couldn't see the scene in front of them. The curiosity in their hearts made them forget about the danger, and they couldn't help but jump forward. When they got closer, they immediately felt the powerful pressure in the air, and when they felt that pressure, the two of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What a powerful pressure! This person must be very strong. One of them said, and looked forward with all his might, wanting to see who was releasing this pressure in front of them. One of them couldn't help but jump a little higher. Because he was standing high, his line of sight became better, and when he looked back, he could see the scene in front of him clearly. It seems to be a spaceship, and there are more than 10 people eating around it. On this side, the two of them were staring at Fengjiu and the others on the spaceship, but they didn't know that Fengjiu and the others had noticed them the moment they approached. The two people on the tree over there are quite bold, daring to come close with so many vicious beasts around. Du Fan took a sip of wine and glanced at the two figures on the tree not far away from him from the corner of his eyes. Even if the two of them were hiding in the big tree, and the lush branches and leaves blocked their figures, the pressure and divine sense surrounding them made it easy for them to sense someone approaching. Du Fan and the others were drinking wine and chatting when suddenly a cry of alarm sounded, breaking the silence of the night. With a cry of alarm, one of the men standing on the tree swung his hand, and something seemed to fly out of his hand, and he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Roar! A bloodthirsty roar was heard as several ferocious beasts pounced on the man who had fallen to the ground. One of the ferocious beasts pounced forward and bit the man's leg. In an instant, the smell of blood filled the air. Not good. The other man on the tree was scared silly. When he saw the man's leg being bitten by the vicious beasts, he immediately pulled out his sword and stabbed at the vicious beast below. Let him go. As he shouted, the sword chi slashed down. However, how could the two of them deal with a divine beast-level vicious beasts? Moreover, there was more than one divine beast around. It hurts. Let me go. Let me go. Save me. Save me. Hiss. The other man who rushed down to save her was hit by a ferocious beast. He felt as if his bones were about to break, and the pain caused him to suck in a breath of cold air. However, even though his body was in pain, he didn't dare to let go of the sword in his hand. Instead, he injected spiritual power into his sword and swung around. Go away! Go away! He slashed at the ferocious beast that had bitten the man. However, the ferocious beast pulled the man back in order to avoid the attack. The sharp teeth pierced through the man's flesh and bone, causing the man's face to lose all color as he screamed in pain. Mother, mother! I'm in so much pain that his voice gradually weakened. Blood flowed all over the ground, and the smell of blood in the air became more and more intense. Chapter 36:59. In the darkness of the night, even though she was still a distance away, she could clearly see the two men on the ground, covered in blood and crying out in pain from the beast's mouth. The two men, who were already in a desperate situation, did not look very old. At this moment, they were covered in blood and their lives were hanging by a thread. She did not want to pay any attention to irrelevant people who had snuck in here to observe them. However, perhaps it was the dying cry of one of the men, Mother, I'm in so much pain. It had touched her heart for no reason, causing her to feel a trace of pity. She watched as the surrounding ferocious beasts bared their fangs and surrounded them. She watched as the ferocious beast that had bitten the man was about to use all its strength to tear his leg off. Just as it was about to bite off his leg, an ancient and oppressive voice rang out coldly and directly towards the group of ferocious beasts. Retreat. That one word was cold and powerful, as if it had come from ancient times. A powerful force that could be seen with the naked eye formed the word retreat and landed in the middle of the group of ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts were so shocked that they let go of their jaws and quickly retreated, not daring to stay for even a moment. Those ferocious beasts had been hiding and watching them for an entire night, as if they had been waiting for an opportunity. However, at this moment, because of the powerful, ancient, and oppressive word retreat, each and every one of them fled in fright, disappearing without a trace. As the ferocious beasts fled, the two men on the ground lay motionless. If it were not for the slight rise and fall of their chests, one would have thought that they were already dead. Chung Jun, Chung Lin, where are you? The call came from not too far away. Listening to the chaotic sound of footsteps, there should be quite a number of people here. Fengjiu calmly retracted his gaze and picked up a piece of meat to eat. then drank a bowl of soup. Clearly, his appetite was not bad. Just as they were eating, those people came looking for them. Naturally, they also found the two men lying on the ground on their last breaths. Chung Jun, Chung Lin. When everyone saw the state of the two of them, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They hurriedly helped them up and took out a medicinal pill and quickly fed it to them. Why are they so badly injured? Did they encounter a ferocious beast? Hiss. These injuries. Even the older man couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw the flesh torn open by the beast's bite. Everyone surrounded the two of them and questioned them. A middle-aged man in the middle glanced around and frowned slightly when his gaze landed on the spaceship. He didn't expect that there would be someone here. Moreover, that person was sitting on an airship. To be able to use an airship in such a place and cook here, one could see how powerful that person was. However, a person with such great strength was also a cold-blooded and heartless person. He watched as the two people were torn apart by the ferocious beasts and did not help. At this moment, he hadn't thought about how those ferocious beasts would have retreated if they hadn't made a move. If it wasn't for them, how could those two have lasted until they arrived? Compared to the extreme actions of this middle-aged man, the other middle-aged man who helped them check their wounds secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He instructed the person beside him, help them stop the bleeding and bandage their wounds first. Yes, Patriarch. Everyone responded and began to bandage the two men's wounds. Chapter 3660. Thank you, everyone, for your help. I can't thank you enough. A voice that contained spirit energy sounded out from his mouth, and it was clearly transmitted into the ears of Fengjiu and the others. Fengjiu curled his lips when he heard this and watched that person cup his hands from afar, but he didn't say anything. It was good that they knew how to be grateful. There were many people who didn't know how to be grateful, even if they helped. Patriarch, why are you thanking them? If they really wanted to save them, they wouldn't have waited until Chung Jun and Chung Feng were bitten to such an extent before making a move. The middle-aged man's voice contained anger, and he didn't feel that the group of people had helped him at all. Shut up. Patriarch Mu frowned and shouted in a deep voice, and his fierce and dignified gaze swept past the middle-aged man. Stand down. The middle-aged man was slightly embarrassed when he was shouted at in public, and a wisp of gloominess flashed through his eyes when he heard such a warning. He gritted his teeth and forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart. Then he snorted coldly and retreated to the side without saying another word. However, his furious gaze still stared fixedly at Fengjiu and the others. Everyone, it's my fault for not being strict enough. Please don't blame us. We'll be taking our leave first. He bowed apologetically to Fengjiu and the others before leaving with everyone. As he watched them leave, Dufan glanced at them and said, "It's not that Patriarch Mu isn't strict enough, but he's unable to see through people. Something will probably happen sooner or later if he brings such a person with him in this forest where ferocious beasts run rampant. If something happens, it's someone else's problem. What does it have to do with us?" Wei Feng scoffed. They weren't kind-hearted people. Since they came to a place like this, they had to be prepared to bear the consequences. What was the use of asking for help when they encountered danger? After all, it was better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. Come, let's continue drinking." As Dufan spoke, he raised the wine cup in his hand and clinked it with Wei Feng's, and then he said with a smile, "We can't drink too much outside, so it's fine to finish this jug of wine." Fengjiu looked at everyone's relaxed appearance and couldn't help but reveal a smile. She drank half a bowl of soup and said to everyone, "I'm full, you guys can continue." He got up and went to lie down on the soft couch at the side. He looked at the sky and the forest. The sky was dotted with stars, and it looked extremely peaceful. However, he did not know that under such a peaceful night, there were many dangers lurking. On the other side, after those people carried the people back, they strengthened the security around the area and set up barriers and formations to prevent danger from descending in the night. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man looked at their patriarch and said angrily, "Patriarch, those people clearly didn't lend a hand, so why are you thanking them?" They watched helplessly as Chung Jun and Chung Yu were torn to shreds by the ferocious beasts. How could such people be kind-hearted? The Moo family head glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "If it weren't for them, do you think the two of them would have survived? It's a fact that they lend a hand, and we ought to thank them. After all, saving them was their benevolence, and not saving them was a matter of course. After all, they aren't anyone to us, and they don't owe us anything." When he heard this, the middle-aged man was speechless for a short while, yet he felt his belly full of rage had nowhere to vent. What benevolence and righteousness! Since they wanted to save them, why didn't they save them earlier? Since they didn't want to save them, why didn't they just watch coldly from the sidelines? Chapter 36:61. Hearing this, the middle-aged man lowered his gaze and covered the gloominess in his eyes. "Sup, a good position? Huh. Our mission for this trip has been completed. Originally, there were 60 or 70 people, but now there are only 40 people left. Our losses can be considered heavy. Now, there are 2 more seriously injured people. We have to be more careful on the way back." Family Head Moo said to everyone in a deep voice. "Family Head, they used a spaceship. Can't we use a spaceship? If we use a spaceship, we should be able to get out of this forest faster." He heard the people below whispering. Family Head Moo glanced at that person, then looked at the crowd. Seeing that their eyes were full of anticipation, he sighed softly and said, "This forest is called the Desolate Ominous Land, not only because there are extremely powerful divine beasts in this forest, but also because very few people dare to fly in the sky above this forest, even if they use a spaceship." He walked slowly with his hands clasped behind his back and continued, "The number of flying mythological beasts in the sky is no less than the number in the forest. There are also trees in the forest to provide shelter. If you go to the sky, you will directly expose yourself to danger. Who can guarantee that you will be safe and sound under such circumstances?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and asked, "Family Head, does that mean that the people we met on the spaceship before are very strong and powerful? There seem to be only a dozen people, and they all look very old. 4 of them are women." Family Head Moo looked at them and nodded. "Yes, although I don't know how strong they are, but to be able to be so relaxed in such a dangerous place, it can be seen that they are not ordinary people. You have to remember that in such a dangerous place, in addition to guarding against the beasts, powerful cultivators are also not to be trifled with." "Yes, Family Head, we will remember." Everyone agreed, remembering his words in their hearts, because it was very likely that this would be their experience when they survived in the future. Bang! Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a loud sound was heard as the formation was activated. Following that, the roars of ferocious beasts could be heard. Hearing that sound, everyone quickly became alert. "It's a beast. Not good. Patriarch, a divine beast has broken through our array. Family Head, the barrier we set up was broken by a divine beast. Family Head, there are more than 2 beasts around, but more than 10 of them, and several of them are divine beasts." For a moment, the scene was chaotic. When they heard that there were more than 1 or 2 beasts, and many of them were divine beasts, their faces could not help but become dignified. It was not easy for them to survive along the way, but they had always been cautious. Even when they encountered a beast attack, there were no more than 2 beasts at most, but now, hearing the roars of the ferocious beasts around them, everyone's heart sank. They felt that it would be difficult for them to survive this time. Chapter 36:62. When everyone heard their patriarch's words, they calmed down one by one. They did as he said and saw their patriarch quickly set up 3 arrays around them. As the arrays were set up, a burst of thick smoke filled the air, hiding their figures in the arrays. They only felt that their backs were leaning against each other. The thick smoke was so thick that they couldn't even see who was leaning against them. However, no one moved. They all held their breath and didn't dare to breathe. The air seemed to have been sprinkled with some kind of medicine by their patriarch. It was so pungent that even the smell of blood was covered up. Those ferocious beasts gathered around, only to see that the fire had been extinguished. Only smoke filled the air. The smell in the air was so pungent that they couldn't help but snort and growl when they smelled it. There was not a single person in sight, nor was there the slightest aura. Even though they were charging all over the place, they did not bump into anyone. Seeing this, the ferocious beasts felt bored, thinking that those people had left while they were charging in. But they didn't know that the patriarch of the Mu family had set up the 9 bins maze array. No matter how those ferocious beasts rushed around, they only circled around to the outer circle. They didn't break into the middle point where they were standing. In addition, the fog was spreading, blocking everyone's line of sight. Everyone's breath was also restrained. How could these ferocious beasts find their existence? Because they heard the ferocious beasts roaring around, but they didn't come close to them. Everyone's heart gradually relaxed. They felt that they should be able to avoid this disaster. Not only the people of the Mu family thought so, even the patriarch of the Mu family felt that it shouldn't be difficult to avoid this disaster. However, he didn't expect that there was a pair of eyes that had been staring at him since he set up the array. Even if his position couldn't be seen in the thick smoke, the position where he was standing before the thick smoke completely covered was known by the pair of eyes that had been staring at him. So, the owner of the pair of eyes quietly stretched out his hand and pushed the person in front of him out with the help of the thick smoke. Ah! A cry of surprise rang out. No one knew what had happened. Only the person who was pushed out knew that a pair of hands had pushed him from behind, causing him to fall forward and fall into the 9 bins maze formation. Banger! Even if he didn't see who the person who fell out was, the patriarch of the Mu family heard the voice of his son. He couldn't care about anything else. When he was about to go out to save him, a pair of hands suddenly pushed him out. Ooh! The angry Mu family head grabbed the man's hand. Because of his great strength, his hand scratched the man's hand until it bled. However, at this time, the other party lifted his foot and kicked him away. The sound of clothes tearing apart resounded in everyone's ears. The Mu family head fell into the 9 bins maze array. But because they heard the commotion, the ferocious beasts that were about to leave opened their mouths and let out a low roar. They fiercely pounced towards the source of the commotion. Chapter 36:63. Go back. Find those who were disloyal. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Their patriarch, ta-da! A miserable cry came from the 9 bins maze formation, and it caused everyone's hearts to tighten. But not long after, they heard the sound getting further and further away from them, and even the ferocious beasts were chasing after the sound. On the other side, Fengjiu, who had eaten his fill, was lying on the soft couch and eating the wild berries that Luo Yu had picked. The sweet and sour taste was mixed with a fresh smell, and it was very delicious. He said to Qin Xian, "Let them have a taste." "Master, you eat. We don't want to eat." Du Fan smiled at her and said, "We often eat these wild berries when we're outside, and we're tired of them." "Master, I'm not tired of them. Leave some for me." Wei Feng grinned and glanced at Du Fan, then looked at Luo Yu and said with a smile, "They were picked by Luo Yu, so we have to have a taste." "Yes, let's have a taste. It's quite sweet," Fengjiu said with a smile, and asked Qin Xian to share some with them. When he heard the roars of ferocious beasts coming from not far away, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Strange, why are there still the roars of ferocious beasts? Could it be that those people from before went to provoke those ferocious beasts again? Those ferocious beasts probably targeted those people after they left here. Yes, there are a few dozen of them there, but if they were targeted by those ferocious beasts, it would probably be very difficult for them to survive. Everyone drank as they spoke. The surroundings were pitch black, and they couldn't see anything. However, they could faintly hear the sounds of battle and ferocious beasts. They originally didn't want to pay attention to it, but they didn't expect that after a while, 2 blood-stained figures would rush into the place where their pressure was pervading. It was also because they had entered here that the ferocious beasts that were chasing them relentlessly surrounded and stared at them. They let out low roars as if they were unwilling to leave just like that. But when they saw the people on the spaceship, they had no choice but to turn around and leave. There are actually only 2 people, and you even know to come here? Wei Feng looked with surprise at the 2 people that sat limply on the ground. Both of them were covered in blood, and it was already impossible to discern the original color of their clothes. But the appearance of the middle-aged man was still reflected in the eyes of everyone. Master, it's that family head surnamed Mu. Lung Hua said gently. Before Fingjiu could say anything, Du Fan sneered. What did you say just now? Look, it came true so quickly. Looks like his injuries aren't light. He can't even sit still. As Lung Hua spoke, his gaze fell on the two tottering figures. As soon as he finished speaking, one of them fainted. Fan Lin, go take a look. Feng Jiu ordered while eating a strawberry. Yes. Fan Lin responded, got up, and walked down to the two people's side. He saw that family head Mu was stuffing medicinal pills into the mouth of the unconscious man and helping him bandage his wounds. His own wounds were bleeding nonstop, and his injuries weren't light, but he didn't take care of them. Family head Mu, we meet again. Fan Lin revealed a refined smile. Family head Mu looked at the refined man in front of him, then looked at the people on the spaceship before nodding at him. Sorry to disturb you again. Chapter 36-64. Hearing this, Patriarch Mu couldn't help but be startled. He looked at the people on the spaceship and didn't know which one of them was the master he was talking about. However, in this situation, they were willing to help, and he was more than happy to do so. Immediately, he thanked him. In that case, this Mu will thank you in advance. Fan Lin helped him to the fire next to their spaceship and let the unconscious man lie down by the fire, then said, I'll help him clean his wound first. Here is a bottle of hemostatic medicine. You use it first, and I'll bandage it for you later. I have hemostatic medicine. There's no need. Before he finished speaking, he saw Fan Lin smile. Your medicine is different from mine. Patriarch Mu was slightly startled. He only felt that this man's smile was full of confidence. He looked down at the medicine bottle in his hand and finally didn't refuse. He just thanked him. Thank you. He sprinkled the medicine on the wound on his arm and saw that the bleeding stopped in an instant. The speed of hemostasis surprised him slightly, and he looked at the elegant man in disbelief. He skillfully cleaned his son's wound. After the bloody wound was cleaned, he sprinkled some medicine to stop the bleeding. Just like him, the bleeding stopped immediately. Young master is a pharmacist. He couldn't help but ask. This man had a faint medicinal fragrance, and his treatment of the wound was skillful. The hemostatic medicine was even more miraculous. If he was a pharmacist, his rank wouldn't be low. After all, Patriarch Mu had never seen such a fast hemostatic medicine. Well, you can say that, Fan Lin responded. After treating the man's wound, he helped the Mu family's patriarch with his wounds and asked, Why were you alone? We heard the roar of the fierce beasts, and you provoked them? Hearing this, Patriarch Mu smiled bitterly. Not long after we went back, we encountered fierce beasts besieging the place where we stayed, but I set up a spirit array and barrier there, so there was time to react, so I thought he roughly explained the situation to him, and finally smiled bitterly. I just didn't expect that there would be someone in my family with disloyal intentions. He took advantage of the thick smoke and pushed my son into the 9 Bends maze formation. I wanted to save him, but I was pushed out as well. In order to survive, I could only bring my son and escape here. Sure enough, those ferocious beasts didn't dare to come close. He wanted to try his luck, but he didn't expect to survive because of this. If it wasn't for the fact that they weren't far from here, they wouldn't have just been injured, they would have lost their lives. Hearing this, Fan Lin smiled. In my opinion, that person should have wanted to push you, not your son. The Mu family head was startled. Looking at the smile on his face, he couldn't help but ponder for a while. Being reminded by him, he thought about it again, and his heart sank. That's right, that person should have wanted to push and harm him. In the thick smoke, he had protected his son to his original position while he stood beside him. If that person wanted to harm his son, he wouldn't have attacked again after hearing his voice. However, who would want to harm him? Why would they want to harm him? Now that the father and son were out, how would the clansmen? Chapter 36-65. Hearing this, family head Mu was a little surprised, but he still said, This is the savage wilderness, ominous land. Because this land is extremely vast, and there are layers of mountains and forests, there are fewer people who can walk out of here. People from aristocratic families, like you, all have a teleportation array here. As long as you find the array, you can leave here. It's more convenient. His voice paused, looked at them, and said, If you go out in a spaceship, it will take at least half a month, and at most a month, to leave this area. Then which sovereign is in charge of this place? Fan Lin asked. Hearing this, family head Mu was basically sure that they were not from here. Perhaps they came from other regions. Thinking of this, his expression was inquisitive and strange. He said, "Our land is called the Nine Profound Heavens Realm. It doesn't belong to any sovereign. Moreover, as far as I know, people from other regions can't come to our land." Nine Profound Heavens Realm? In other words, you don't have a sovereign here? Fan Lin was slightly surprised. The spiritual aura in this place was extremely rich, but there was no sovereign in charge of this place. Yes, we don't have a sovereign here. It's not that no one is watching over this land, but no one can control the Nine Profound Heavens Realm. Here, the sovereigns of other regions can't spread their divine senses throughout the land, and they can't open the connection between this place and other lands. So, he looked at Fan Lin and hesitated. How did you come here? Hearing this, Fan Lin's eyes flashed, and he smiled. I see. He looked at family head Mu with a smile, but did not answer his question. Instead, he said, You all rest here first. As he said that, he let them sit by the fire and went to the spaceship himself. Master, Fan Lin came to Fengjiu's side and briefly told him what he had learned from family head Mu. Oh, at least half a month? It seems that this place is really not small. Fengjiu ate a strawberry and thought with some doubts in his heart. An ownerless land? The aura of spiritual power in this area was extremely dense, yet there was no monarch in charge. However, after thinking about it carefully, he nodded and said, That's true. This place is indeed different from other places. Back then, it wasn't difficult to travel between sovereign Tongtian's territory and the place where we are. After all, the world is vast and the territories are vast. As long as one's strength reaches a certain level, one can naturally come and go freely in the territories of the various sovereigns. However, this place, the Nine Profound Heavens Realm, I don't seem to have heard of such a place. If it weren't for that mirror, we wouldn't have come to this place. However, since we're here, I feel that there must be something I need in this world. Master, that Mu family head said that their family has a teleportation formation here. Should we borrow their formation to leave this place? Fan Lin inquired. Fengjiu shook his head with a smile. No need. It's only half a month. There's no need to rush. Go on your own. I could take a look around. Yes. Fengjiu rested his chin on one hand and thought for a moment, then said, Did you ask Patriarch Mu what he plans to do next? This subordinate didn't ask. Du Fan. Fengjiu called out. Master. Du Fan came forward. Chapter 3666. Hearing this, although they were a little surprised, they did not ask further. Instead, they responded and walked down from the flying ship. On the other side, due to the departure of the ferocious beasts, the people of the Mu family gradually walked out of the formation. However, they could no longer see the figures of their master and eldest young master. The atmosphere became oppressive and solemn. They lowered their heads slightly, and no one spoke. 30 to 40 people stood there with sorrowful expressions. They felt that the master and eldest young master had most likely met with a tragic end. Forget about the two of them. Even if they came out together, they would not be able to fight against so many ferocious beasts. Furthermore, there were several divine beasts among the ferocious beasts. Do you think that the master and eldest young master, are they still alive? Someone asked with a glimmer of hope. The master is such a good person. He must be blessed by the heavens. That's right. The master must still be alive. The patriarch asked us to find out who is disloyal. At that time, someone must have pushed the patriarch and the eldest young master to their deaths. One of the old men said in a low voice. His gaze swept across everyone. Who was it? Who was it? Stand up and go back. Perhaps we can let you go. However, if we find the culprit, then you'll be punished even more. In the crowd, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered. He looked at everyone and seemed to be guessing who the culprit was. At that moment, he also remained silent. At that time, I was closer to the master. I heard the sound of clothes being torn. As long as we investigate, We can find out who did it. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Stand up." The old man was an elder of the Moo family. At this moment, he shouted again. Everyone stared at each other, as if they wanted to see whose clothes were torn. However, at this moment, a cold glint flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. He strode forward and angrily pointed at the old man. "Third elder, you were the one who pushed the master and the others out, weren't you? You still dare to question the others here? You killed the master. What are your intentions?" Hearing this, the people of the Moo family were stunned. The third elder killed the master? How could that be? You're slandering me. Third elder was so angry that his face flushed red. When he saw that the sleeve of the middle-aged man was missing a corner, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. "It's you. It was you who pushed the patriarch. You're the one who killed patriarch and the others. Your sleeve is missing a piece. This is the best proof." With a piece of his sleeve torn, he couldn't block it even if he wanted to, and he couldn't change his clothes either. Thus, he didn't plan to hide it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pointed his finger at the third elder and let him see the torn part of his sleeve. When he heard the third elder's words, he harumphed angrily. "Ridiculous. We've been in here for so long, whose clothes are still intact. Look at everyone, whose clothes aren't torn or chipped. If I really did make a move against the patriarch and the others, would I still use this hand with a missing sleeve to identify you? You beat me at my own game. Other than you, who else here would dare to make a move on the patriarch? Who dares to make a move against the patriarch?" The third elder said angrily. Chapter 36:67. "You're slandering me. It was you who did it." Seeing the two of them quarreling, everyone in the Moo family could not help but look at each other. What was going on? Why were they quarreling? Seeing that their quarrel was getting more and more intense, as if they were about to fight, someone advised, "Third elder, don't quarrel. We don't know whether the master and the rest are alive or dead, and we haven't returned to the family yet. It's not right to quarrel now." "That's right. We'll definitely find the person who secretly harmed the master, but we can't just wrongly accuse a good person." "That's right." Hearing the crowd's words, the two of them stopped quarreling, but their expressions did not look too good. "Everyone, follow me and search the surroundings. See if you can find the master and the rest." As third elder spoke, he asked everyone to get ready and search the surroundings. After all, even if they were dead, it was impossible for them to not leave anything behind. It's late at night. Those ferocious beasts might not have gone far. And you want everyone to search for them? You want everyone to die." The middle-aged man scoffed coldly, obviously disagreeing. "I want to find the master and the rest. Maybe they're waiting for us to save them." Third elder was trembling with anger. He finally saw through this vile person. "If you want to go by yourself. I won't go and die for nothing." The middle-aged man said coldly, glancing at the crowd. "If any of you want to follow third elder to search, then go. But don't blame me for not warning you when you end up in the mouths of those ferocious beasts." Hearing this, those who wanted to follow third elder to search hesitated. It was late at night. If those ferocious beasts had not come near, then if they searched the surroundings now, wouldn't it be "Third elder, I'll go with you to find the master and the eldest young master." A man stood out and walked to third elder's side with a sullen face. No matter who had secretly harmed the master and the eldest young master, the most important thing now was to find the master. "Third elder, I'll go too." Another man stood out as well. We'll go too. After one person stood out, more people stood out. Gradually, among the 34 people, only a few were injured and a few who did not move. The rest decided to look for the master and the rest. Seeing this, third elder nodded with gratification. "Good, as expected of a son of the Moo family. Come with me." Third elder, When the injured people saw this, they couldn't help but feel anxious. Third elder glanced at them and said, "All of you are injured, so stay here." "All right, let them stay behind to protect you. Regardless of whether we can find the patriarch and the others, we will be back before dawn." The middle-aged man looked at this scene with a gloomy expression and did not say anything. He looked at them and watched as third elder led his men away. Only then did he let out a cold snort. Old thing. When the others heard his curse, they couldn't help but lower their heads and pretend that they didn't hear anything. However, the injured people on the ground frowned and said, "Third Master, how can you curse Third Elder? He's a clan elder." Hearing this, the middle-aged man glanced at the man on the ground with a gloomy face and coldly snorted. "What's wrong with me scolding him? Could it be that he was not an old thing? What? You want to protect him? If you want to protect him and stand on his side, why don't you go with him?" Chapter 36:68. Third Uncle. How can you speak like that? An injured man spoke with a pale face as he stared at his third uncle as though he was a stranger. The middle-aged man glanced at him and said, "Chung Jun, your injuries aren't light at all. You should take care of yourself first. You should know that if you're injured to this extent, you won't be able to make it back alive." Third Uncle you. Mu Qingjun stared at him in astonishment. "Am I wrong? It's fine if you don't encounter any danger, but if you do, who do you think will protect you who can't even walk?" He swept his cold gaze across the people on the ground and said, "That old thing is taking them to the master. I think he's taking them to their deaths." Mu Qingjuan's eyes flashed as he stared at his unfamiliar third uncle and the sinister look on his face. He asked, "Third uncle, you're the one who pushed the master, aren't you? What nonsense are you spouting?" He swept his sharp gaze across the man and raised his sleeve. A gust of wind shot out and slapped the man so hard that half of his face swelled up. He was already injured, and after being slapped, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Chung Jun. Third Master, how could you lay a hand on Chung Jun? He's your nephew." The middle-aged man's cold gaze swept across them and said, "Nephew? Would a nephew slander his uncle?" He narrowed his eyes as he stared at them, then looked at the night sky. He swept his gaze across the group who had not spoken and said, "They won't be coming back. Do you intend to leave with me or stay?" The group of 7 or 8 looked at each other when they heard this. One of them asked, "Third Master, what about Chung Jun and the others? Them? Just let them fend for themselves here. Let them wait for that old thing to come back and take them away." The group shivered when they heard this. If they had been suspicious before, they were now certain that the Third Master was the one who had pushed the master out. When they thought of this, they couldn't help but look at each other. After hesitating for a moment, one of them said, "Third Master, I think we should stay behind and guard Chung Jun and the others. They don't have any combat strength now. If we all leave, I'm afraid they won't be able to survive." "That's right, Third Master. We have to stay," the others said. You don't know what's good for you. If you want to stay, then stay. I want to see how the few of you can survive in here." He flicked his sleeves angrily and walked away in the opposite direction. His figure flashed a few times and disappeared into the night. After seeing him leave, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. One of them hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you think the Patriarch was really harmed by the Third Master? He's too different from before and after. I think it's very likely that he's the one who did it." Another person said, Chung Jun, how are you?" A man quickly stepped forward and helped Mu Qingjun up from the ground. "I'm fine," he said with a pale face. Large beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. "Do you think the Third Elder and the others can find the Patriarch and the eldest young master? I wonder if the Patriarch and the others are still alive?" The group of people said as they stood guard. They kept watch over their surroundings and hoped that the Third Elder and the others would return soon. Chapter 36:69. Patriarch, where are you? Patriarch. Eldest young master. Eldest young master. Where are you? Patriarch. Du Fan, who was resting on the other side of the fire, looked at Patriarch Mu and smiled. "You're lucky. If you hadn't met my master, it would have been difficult for you to survive." Hearing this, Patriarch Mu showed a smile. "It's a blessing for me and my son to be able to meet your master. Indeed, if they hadn't met them, how could they have a chance to survive? I see that you have a lot of injuries and injuries. How can you get out of this forest like this?" Du Fan gently fanned himself with the fan in his hand, his eyes sweeping over the unconscious man. "In fact, my family's transmission point is not very far from here. It only takes a few days to get there. Patriarch Mu said, and then said, "The people who came out this time are the top of the family. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to come to the depths of this forest. It's just that we still underestimated the danger here." Du Fan's eyes flashed slightly, and he asked, "You came here to gain experience?" Regarding this question, Patriarch Mu paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "If it was someone else who asked, I wouldn't tell him. However, since you have saved our lives, since you asked, I will tell you frankly." Patriarch Mu looked at Du Fan and said, "In fact, we didn't come here to gain experience. Moreover, most people won't come here to gain experience. It's too dangerous, but because of the danger of this place, there are many old elixirs that can't be found outside. Our family came here this time for 3,000-year-old elixirs." "Oh, which 3,000-year-old elixirs?" An indifferent and somewhat languid voice sounded, causing the Mu family head, who was sitting by the fire, to involuntarily look towards the source of the voice. He saw that on the spaceship that was as bright as day, a beautiful woman in red was standing on the side, looking at them. Although he was a middle-aged man, when he looked at the woman in red at such a close distance, even he was stunned by her beauty for a moment. "This is my master." Du Fan's voice came from aside. The Mu family's patriarch recovered, stood up, and saluted Fengjiu on the spaceship. "This Mu thanks your excellency for saving me." He was a little surprised. He had seen everyone on the spaceship from afar, but he didn't know which one of them was the master they were talking about. Now, he knew that it was this beautiful woman in red. The woman stood quietly on the spaceship, exuding an elegant and noble aura. Her cold and indifferent eyes on her beautiful face seemed to contain a powerful pressure, making people not dare to look at her directly. She only needed to stand there quietly, and people could feel the aura of an expert that could not be ignored. "It's nothing," Fengjiu said lightly. He looked at the Mu family head and said, "There are still 1,000-year-old elixirs in this forest." "Yes, but it's extremely difficult to find. We searched here for a few months before we found it." While talking, he took out 3 large ice boxes from the space, opened the ice box that stored the elixirs, and presented the 3,000-year-old elixirs in front of Fengjiu and the others. "These are the 3,000-year-old elixirs." Chapter 3670. Hearing this, Clan Head Mu laughed. "How could that be? Mu Chun, can be considered as a person who has seen a lot of the world. According to my observation, everyone here is a first-class person. How could you put these 3,000-year-old spirit herbs in your eyes? Moreover, the spiritual herbs that the young master took out to help us stop the bleeding are already priceless. You have people from the other side by your side. Why would you covet these 3 spiritual herbs?" These people were so extraordinary that even if 3,000-year-old spirit herbs were placed in front of them, he believed that they wouldn't even bat an eye. And from a moment he took out the 3 spirit herbs and presented them to them. It was just as he had guessed. Their expressions remained the same, and they didn't even have half a thought. Seeing this, Fengjiu smiled and asked, "What are you going to use these 3 spiritual herbs for?" Since they did not hesitate to use such a representative to find these 3 spiritual herbs, they must have an extremely important use. As Clan Head Mu guessed that they were not from this area, he did not find it strange that she asked this question. He smiled and looked at Fengjiu. He explained, "We don't have a sovereign in charge of this area. However, we have the 4 major sects and 4 major sects. They are very powerful, and each has its own territory. If you can get their protection, your family will skyrocket and no one will dare to offend you." This time, one of the 4 major sects, the Soaring Heaven Celestial Sect, has a quota of 10 families. Therefore, everyone wants to fight for it. However, the condition to participate is to offer 3 millennium spiritual herbs. So that he did not continue, but Fengjiu and the others already understood. "I see." She nodded in understanding. She felt that the 9 profound heavenly realm was really strange. Instead of relying on those large sects and forces, it was better to strengthen oneself. However, she had not come into contact with anything outside, so it was not good for her to say much. The competition for the 10 families quota of the Soaring Heaven Celestial Sect will be very intense. This competition will be a grand occasion. If you have time, You can come to the soaring heaven celestial sect to take a look. As they were talking, they heard a faint call from afar. Clan head Mu could not help but be startled when he heard the call of the clan head. He quickly stood up. It seems that your clansmen have found their way here. Du Fan smiled and looked into the distance, saying, daring to come out in the middle of the night, your clansmen seem pretty decent. The Mu family's patriarch put the 3 spiritual herbs back into his spatial ring and said to Du Fan, the Mu family's customs are strict, and everyone in the family is united as one. It's only natural that they would come looking for me. Oh, united as one? Du Fan laughed and glanced at him, as if he was reminding him of something. The Mu family head thought of the culprit who pushed him out to his death, and his face sank. I will definitely find the culprit who did this. The Mu clan absolutely cannot allow such a person to exist. Patriarch! Patriarch, where are you? I'm here! Patriarch Mu shouted in a deep voice. When the person who was searching in the forest suddenly heard the voice, he couldn't help but be startled. I think I heard the Patriarch's voice. I think I heard it too. The sound came from over there. Isn't that where the spaceship is parked? Ah, we are so stupid. Why didn't we look in that direction? If the Patriarch is not dead, maybe he is over there. Chapter 36:71. The Mu family head looked at the people coming towards them in the dark and couldn't help but smile. He shouted at them, I'm here. Patriarch. The 3rd elder came over with everyone and was slightly surprised when he saw Fengjiu and the others. He didn't expect to see them twice in a row tonight. 3rd elder, is everyone okay? The Mu family head asked. Seeing that only a few people came, it seemed that there were some people who didn't come. He thought that something happened to them. Patriarch, don't worry, everyone is fine. The 3rd elder said. His eyes fell on the Mu family head and the unconscious man and asked, is the eldest young master seriously injured? The medicine has been applied. He just fainted. It's not a big deal. The Mu family head said, and then said to the crowd, we are all so lucky they happened to save us. If they hadn't escaped here, they would have died under the claws of those fierce beasts. Hearing this, the 3rd elder led everyone to bow to Fengjiu and Du Fan. Thank you for saving us. The Mu family will never forget your great kindness. No need to thank me, Fengjiu said. After glancing at them, she went inside and prepared to rest. Seeing her leave, the Mu family head said to the people, let's rest here tonight. You can pick up the other people. Patriarch, do you know who the person who did this to you is? The 3rd elder asked. The Mu family head's eyes flashed. Thinking of the piece of cloth in his sleeve, his face sank. It's the 3rd elder. The material of the sleeve was the same material on the 3rd elder's body, but he didn't expect that he would do this to him. I know it's him. He also wants to slander me, saying that I plotted against the Patriarch, pouring black water on me. When I brought everyone to find you, he stopped me in every way. I knew he was up to no good. The 3rd elder said angrily, and said to the people behind him, you go back and pick up the people. Be careful. After all, there is still some distance from here. If they encountered fierce beasts, it would be troublesome. Yes, 3rd elder, don't worry, we know. Everyone agreed. Because they saw that the family head and eldest young master were fine, their worried hearts also relaxed. Now, they wanted to go back together to pick them up so as to avoid any accidents. After they left, the more the 3rd elder spoke, the angrier he became. He said that he would punish him severely when he returned. However, after a while, when the people who had gone to pick up the others returned, they found out that he had abandoned all of his clansmen and left on his own. 3rd master said that the Patriarch had met with misfortune. 3rd elder and the others came out to look for him, but they didn't return. So he asked us to go with him. We thought that we should wait for 3rd elder to come back, so he left by himself. After explaining the matter to their patriarchs, they couldn't help but lower their heads. Thinking about how they were unwilling to take the risk to search for the Patriarch, they felt ashamed and didn't dare to raise their heads. He should have gone back alone. However, it will be extremely difficult for him to survive here alone. Mu clan head shook his head. In his opinion, even if he had extraordinary strength, he would most likely die in this forest if he wanted to reach the transmission array safely by himself, unless he was attacked by fierce beasts. Chapter 36:72. While the third elder was cursing, he did not know that the middle-aged man, who had left in the opposite direction, had turned back after walking for a distance. He had been hiding in the dark to observe the situation. It was only when he saw that his clansmen had returned that he realized that they had found the master and the others. When he realized that the master and the others were not dead, his heart was filled with resentment. He quietly followed them and saw that they were hiding in the spaceship. So that was how it was. No wonder they were still alive. Was it because they had those unfathomably powerful people protecting them? When he saw that they were all resting here, he had another idea. He took advantage of the darkness of the night to wander around, intending to lure the beasts and let them all die in the mouths of the beasts. However, he did not know that Du Fan and the others had sensed him the moment he approached them. They did not bat an eyelid and pretended not to notice him. However, in the darkness, Yi had quietly appeared and stared at the middle-aged man. When he saw that the man was sprinkling medicine around the spaceship in an attempt to attract the beasts, a murderous intent flashed across his cold eyes. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he watched as the man attracted more than a dozen beasts with his medicine while he hid in the towering tree and watched. Because of their oppressive aura, the beasts were agitated by the stimulation of the medicine, but they still did not dare to approach and only wandered around in the surroundings. Yi, who had watched this scene from the dark, quietly came behind the middle-aged man and kicked him down. Bang! Ah! The heavy kick caused a loud bang, and the middle-aged man cried out in alarm. He lost his balance and fell from the tree, landing heavily on the ground. Because that kick was so heavy, it was as if he couldn't catch his breath, nor was he able to circulate his spiritual chi. But at this moment, when he fell, the vicious beasts all rushed over, opening their mouths and revealing their sharp teeth as they pounced on him. Roar! Roar! Hiss! Ah! Don't! Go away! The beasts' cries were accompanied by gasps of horror. The cries of alarm and screams pierced through the night and reached everyone's ears clearly. It's the third master's voice. The members of the Mu family were startled. Because they heard that sound, they immediately turned to look in a certain direction. Among the dense trees, they did not see the figure they wanted to see. They only heard the roar of the ferocious beast, as well as that familiar mournful cry. The Mu family head and the third elder looked at each other. The two of them raised their chi and jumped to a high place to watch. This time, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw more than a dozen ferocious beasts surrounding him and biting him. He was kicked and rolled on the ground. Those ferocious beasts did not bite him to death. Instead, they played with him. Sometimes it would take deep bites, sometimes it would take shallow bites, biting him until his body was covered in blood and he screamed in pain. The thick smell of blood spread in the air until they saw one of his arms being torn off by a ferocious beast. That scene made their hearts turn cold, especially the Mu clan head. He knew that if it weren't for the fact that the father and son had escaped by a fluke earlier, then it was very likely that they would have ended up like their third brother. Thus, even though his heart trembled slightly when he saw this scene, he still coldly watched. All of this was his own fault. He could not blame anyone else. Crack. Chapter 36:73. The members of the Mu family were silent. No one spoke, and they didn't know what to say. Du Fan glanced at them, then turned and walked back to the spaceship, leaving them alone. Yi also quietly returned to the spaceship and told Lung Hua and the others about the man's actions. In the end, everyone nodded and said, "It's late, let's all rest." After drinking a little wine, everyone slept soundly that night. In addition, there was a barrier protecting the spaceship, so they were able to rest at ease. The next morning, Qin Xin and Bai Qingshan got up early to cook porridge for everyone. Smelling the fragrance that permeated the spaceship, they all got up one by one. "What porridge did you cook this morning? Why is it so fragrant?" Wei Feng leaned over to the table and sniffed, then opened the lid and took a look. Bai Qingshan smiled slightly and said, "It's a thick soup made from the game you caught yesterday, and then it's used to cook porridge. Qin Xin and I just tasted it, and it's not bad. It's not just not bad. I'm hungry just from smelling it." Du Fan walked over with a smile and said, "It's good to have you here. We don't have to worry about food on the way." Hearing this, the two couldn't help but smile. "Sit down and eat. We left some inside for Master." When everyone heard this, they all sat down and ate. After eating, Du Fan looked at Lung Hua and said, "It's said that it will take half a month to get out of here. Now that it's dawn, it's about time for us to set off, right?" Lung Hua glanced at the members of the Mu family below and said, "We can set off at any time." Du Fan looked down and opened the fan in his hand with a swish. He fanned himself in front of him and said with a smile, "I'll go down and say a few words to them." After saying that, he walked down. Seeing Du Fan come down, the Mu family's patriarch stood up. Before he could speak, he heard his voice. "We're ready to leave. You should also leave quickly. There are a lot of divine beasts in this area. Once we leave this area, we might not encounter any divine beasts, even if we encounter some vicious beasts." Hearing this, Patriarch Mu nodded. "We are also ready to leave, but..." He hesitated for a moment, looking at Du Fan, not knowing if he should speak. "Mu family head, do you still have something to say?" Du Fan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Noble Lord saved us, but we don't know how to address you. Can you tell us how to address you? That way, the Mu clan will remember who our benefactor is." The Mu clan head said. Hearing this, Du Fan smiled. He fanned himself with the fan in his hand and said, "My mistress's husband's surname is Xian Yuan. You can call her Madam Xian Yuan." "Madam Xian Yuan?" Clan head Mu was slightly surprised, but he still nodded. "Thank you. This Mu will remember." He then exchanged a few more words with Du Fan, saying that if they ever came to the Mu family's place in the future, they would be treated with great hospitality and so on. Goodbye. Du Fan smiled and turned back to the ship. Not long after, the ship slowly rose in front of the Mu clan's eyes. Watching them leave, the Mu family's patriarch turned around and said to everyone, "Let's go too. Try to get out of this area before dark today." "Yes," everyone responded. Some supported the injured clansmen, and some carried the clansmen who couldn't walk. The group walked in the direction of their family's transmission array. Chapter 3674. Wei Feng looked at the flaming arrow flying towards them and let out a soft sound. Astonishment was written all over his face. The flaming arrow flew up but was bounced back when it came into contact with the barrier outside the spaceship. However, there were many more arrows flying towards him like rain. "Are those people down there stupid?" Luo Yu crossed his arms and leaned against the edge of the spaceship. He looked at the people shooting arrows below with a strange expression on his face. There's probably something wrong with their heads. Fan Lin smiled and looked at the scene below. Which normal person would attack a huge spaceship like theirs? Furthermore, they didn't stop after seeing the arrows being bounced back. Instead, they increased the force of their shots. I can't see clearly because of the leaves, but I can faintly see human figures. They don't look like mercenaries. Du Fan fanned himself and glanced down. No one stopped those people from shooting because, to them, this scene was like a child smashing a rock with an egg. It couldn't hurt them and only hurt themselves. "Look over there. There's a large empty space over there. Let's go there and rest." Hui Lang pointed at a piece of flat land about a kilometer in front of them. There was no cover there, and it was suitable for their spaceship to land. All right, everyone agreed and headed in that direction. When they landed the spaceship, they didn't see their master come out of the cabin. Fan Lin couldn't help but look at Lung Shuang and ask, "Master has been inside all day. Do you want to go in and take a look?" Lung Shuang glanced at him and said, "Master said that she's cultivating. Don't disturb her. Master's spirit has improved a lot over the past few days. Her morning sickness also stopped appearing after eating those pills. She wants to seize the opportunity to cultivate and raise her strength." Bai Qingxing walked over and said, "Don't worry. Master knows what she's doing. Furthermore, she's pregnant now. She'll be even more careful." Fan Lin nodded when he heard their words. He only glanced at the cabin and didn't say anything else. "Wei Feng and I will go and see what around. Qingsheng, Qin Xian, you guys prepare dinner. We'll be back in a while." Luo Yu shouted at them. When he saw Hui Lang standing at the side and looking around with a straight face, he said, "Hui Lang, come with us. This kid, Ever since the Yama Lord fell into a coma, his sloppy temperament had been restrained quite a bit. It was just that he always pulled a long face all day long. Looking at him made one feel bad for him. Hui Lang originally wanted to refuse, but unexpectedly, Wei Feng had already walked forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. Let's go, let's go. Just treat it as a walk and exercise. Don't always stay on the spaceship. As they watched him being taken away by Wei Feng and Luo Yu, everyone glanced at each other and smiled before getting to work. I'm going to pick up some branches to prepare a fire, Guillermo said as he walked down from the spacecraft. Seeing that they had all gone down, Lung Hua and the others stood guard around the spaceship and waited for them to return. As the sky darkened, the leaves in the forest not far away from the spaceship rustled despite the absence of wind. It seemed as if someone was approaching the spaceship. Chapter 3675. Who are these people? Why are they dressed like this? Luo Yu looked at the 100 over people in surprise. All of them were barefooted and wrapped in beast skin. They carried a quiver full of arrows on their backs that were covered in mud and held bows in their hands. They were quietly approaching their spaceship with cat-like footsteps. Wei Feng stared at those people for a while and said with a strange expression, "They seem to be the idiots who shot our spaceship with arrows earlier." "They're not idiots." Hui Lang stared at those people with a cold face and said, "They should be savages living in the forest, also known as beastmen." Master mentioned before that savages aren't scary, but beastmen have to be careful. Their explosive power is extremely strong. Hearing that, Wei Feng sized up those people and said, "These people aren't spirit cultivators, so they don't have any spirit energy aura. However, their profound energy is very dense. It shouldn't be too troublesome to deal with these 100 over people." Luo Yu rubbed his chin and pondered. "Hey, look at what they're doing." Wei Feng gestured for the two of them to look forward. They saw that the 100 over beastmen quietly retreated and gathered together to talk about something. It was completely incomprehensible, but after they retreated, half of them quickly left. The speed at which they left was extremely fast. Their silhouettes flitted through the leaves as nimbly as monkeys. Not long after, one by one, they came back with things on their backs. They gathered together and talked about something. Then, the orcs scattered the things they had brought around the area where the spaceship was parked. "What are they scattering? Should we stop them?" Luo Yu asked, who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding flames instantly surged. Seeing their spaceship surrounded by flames, and seeing those beastmen rushing out with bows and arrows in their hands, or holding weapons that they picked up from God knows where and shouting, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Damn it, these guys actually used this move. When the three of them saw that, they immediately rushed forward. Although the flames couldn't burn the spaceship that was surrounded by the barrier, the heat of the flames would heat up the people inside the spaceship. To think that they were calling these beastmen idiots. It turned out that they were planning to use fire to force the people inside the spaceship out. Guillermo, who was preparing a fire not far away from the spaceship, glanced at those people. Seeing those strangely dressed people standing behind the flames and shouting, his gaze turned cold, and he instantly released his pressure. The powerful pressure formed a stream of air that attacked with him as the center. The aura was so powerful that it instantly made those beastmen who were shouting and waving their bows and arrows squat down in pain. Under the powerful pressure, the strength formed a clear contrast. Chapter 3676. Cries of alarm rang out as everyone was sent flying. Their bodies heavily smashed into the trees in the distance and rolled onto the ground. All of them spat out blood as they looked at the people standing there in shock. One of them howled like a wolf. The orcs that had fallen to the ground quickly jumped up as if they weren't injured and quickly fled. Seeing their figures quickly leave, Wei Feng couldn't help but be surprised. The bodies of these orcs are actually so tough. After receiving that attack that contained pressure, they can still be so nimble. They probably won't dare to come again. Let's prepare for dinner. As Luo Yu spoke, he prepared the game that he had hunted and roasted it over the fire. Feng Jiu, who was cultivating in the space, didn't know what was happening outside. She was calmly cultivating and consolidating her current cultivation. During this period of cultivation, she realized that because her strength had plummeted, it was difficult for her to improve. At the very least, her strength wouldn't be able to advance in a short period of time. However, she could use this period of time to consolidate her strength and wait for a suitable opportunity to advance in the future. The green lotus in her body no longer surged with vitality because of that battle. It had formed a bud as if it was in the process of self-recovery. Because she couldn't use the green lotus chi, she was a little worried. This was because although the aura in Xianyuan Mo's body had been suppressed, it would be difficult for him to wake up as long as the black lotus chi was not removed. However, to remove the black lotus chi that had already penetrated deep into his bones, one could imagine how difficult it would be. She had once read in an ancient record that if she could find an ancient golden lotus, she might be able to use the power of the ancient golden lotus to disperse the black lotus chi in his body. However, she didn't have any clue as to where the ancient golden lotus was. She moved her hands and withdrew the spiritual aura that she was releasing. She gently exhaled and slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze fell on Xianyuan Mo, who wasn't far away. She walked forward and helped him check the condition of his body. Then, she took out a golden lotus seed from the space and stuffed it into his mouth. She had given Imo-chan the golden lotus seeds she had obtained from the immortal ascension stairs. Apart from the one she had thrown into the spirit spring, she had fed the rest to Imo-ze. However, even after consuming a few golden lotus seeds, his body did not feel any better. Ze, the place we're in now, is called the Nine Profound Heavenly Realm. This place is actually ownerless. She held his hand and said softly, "What do you think about turning this place into our territory? Although my strength has dropped to the level of immortal venerable, it doesn't matter. In a few years, my strength will definitely return to its peak. Once we get out of this savage wilderness, we'll find a place to settle down and wait for our child to be born." She stayed in the room and chatted with him for a while before going outside. When she came outside, Chin Xin and the others had already prepared the food. Feeling the fluctuations in the air, she raised her eyebrows and asked, "Did you just fight with someone?" Luo Yu grinned and said, "Master, you just glanced at it and you knew." Hearing this, Feng Jiu couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. "Do I even need to look? The fluctuations in the air haven't dissipated yet, right?" Chapter 3677. We'll only rest here for one night. As long as they don't offend us, we won't kill them. Feng Jiu slowly walked to the table and sat down, saying, "We should be out of this forest in a few days. After dinner, let's discuss what to do next." Hearing this, everyone agreed and sat down to eat. After dinner, Feng Nine told them about the arrangements after leaving the desolate, ominous land. In the end, she said, "Choose a town to settle down and let me wait for delivery. During this period, I won't care about other things, but you must quickly gain a foothold in this place and make a name for yourself. Besides, you must collect information and other things. You must do everything one by one. Master, don't worry. Leave these things to us. We've been discussing these days and have already come up with a plan." Du Fan smiled. "Oh, what plan? Tell me about it." Feng Jiu sat on the soft couch and drank tea. "Actually, with the strength of each of us, it's easy to make a name for ourselves here. However, after some discussion, we feel that since the four major sects and the four major sects are the leaders here, we can form our own forces and develop other side businesses in one direction to quickly infiltrate all parts of the continent." Hearing this, Luo Yu also said, "Originally, we were thinking of sending some people to infiltrate those sects to establish a foothold. However, after thinking about it, we feel that instead of going to those sects, it's better for us to do our old business. It's probably more suitable for us." Hearing him mention his old profession, Feng Jiu couldn't help but smile and squint at him. "Oh, then what's your old business?" "Hee, killing people." Everyone smiled at each other and said in unison. Feng Jiu glanced at them and took a sip of tea, saying, "Then let's call ourselves Yin Dian. However, you should know the rules." We know. According to the old rules, Either we don't accept the mission or we have to complete it once we accept it. Moreover, we can't kill the innocent. We all know that. Everyone agreed. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a roar rang out in the night. It sounded like the roar of a beast, but it also sounded like the roar of a human. Immediately after, a series of chaotic noises rang out. The leaves rustled, and the sound of rustling spread out in the night. They couldn't see anyone, but they could hear a lot of movement. It was as if they were surrounded. Everyone looked around and saw pairs of cold, bloodthirsty eyes staring at them in the night. The surrounding trees were shaking crazily. It's a wolf pack. And those orcs. TSK, why are all of you hiding in the trees and shaking your leaves for? Wei Feng sneered and glanced at the orcs hiding in the trees with amusement. Maybe they think we can't see them hiding in the trees, Long Hua said gently with a hint of a smile in his voice. Feng Jiu looked around and said to them, since you guys are full and have nothing to do, let's take care of the wolves. You can also dig out some crystal cores to exchange for money. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and then smiled. Okay. As soon as they finished speaking, they walked out of the spaceship. They withdrew their pressure and attacked with sharp sword chi. Roar. Chapter 3678. Twins. It was already hard enough for a woman to bear one child. But now, Master was pregnant with two? They couldn't imagine how hard it was for a mother to bear two children. Don't worry. Listen to me first. Fan Lin signaled for everyone to be quiet. He glanced at them and said, it's not impossible to have twins, but it's rare. It's not scary to have twins. As long as you take good care of them, there won't be any danger. However, this is Master's first child. We have to be careful. He thought for a while and looked at Qin Xian, saying, from tomorrow onwards, you will learn some medical skills from me. When Master gives birth, you can help her. Qin Xian replied, okay. Qin Sheng, we have to adjust Master's diet. After we get out of here and find a place to settle down, I'll adjust the diet again. Fan Lin looked at Bai Qingsheng and said, Bai Qingsheng also responded, prepare the midwife first. Don't worry too much. Just take care of Master as usual. After explaining to everyone, he dismissed them. He wanted to see Master, but he thought that Master might have fallen asleep, so he gave up. After about half a month in the savage wilderness, they finally got out of this place. When they got out of the forest behind them, they looked back. It was still the mysterious forest with layers of mountains. After the group of people arrived outside, they put away the airship and used the spirit deer carriage to travel. They traveled all the way until they arrived at a small town in the evening. Most of the people in this remote town were local people. There were also some mercenaries and individual cultivators who passed by to rest. Therefore, when Fengjiu's spirit deer carriage slowly entered the town, almost everyone's eyes fell on the purple gold spirit deer carriage and the handsome men and beautiful women around it. What carriage is this? Is that a deer? What carriage? That's a spirit deer. But these two spirit deer are so special. I've never seen this breed before. Look at the antlers. They're so beautiful. Hey, the woman sitting in the carriage is also beautiful. Look at her face and her figure. TSK, she's really good. Sun Lao-san, you better put away that perverted look of yours. These people are not ordinary people. How dare you show your lecherous look to them? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Hearing this, the man glanced at the spirit deer carriage again. Indeed, as the old man said, none of these people were ordinary people. He didn't dare to stare at the women and just took a big bite of the flatbread. TSK, Sun Lao-san, what kind of women? Women are all like that. He snorted and turned. Knowing fear is a good thing. Not knowing fear is a bad thing. The old man smoked his hookah, glanced at the laughing man, then glanced at the spirit deer carriage and whispered, looking at this style, I guess they're also from a big family. We can't afford to offend them, so we have to hide. Wei Feng and Luo Yu, who went to scout ahead, returned not long later. They came to the side of the spirit deer carriage and said, Master, we've booked the inn ahead. Let's rest here tonight. Chapter 3679. The spirit deer carriage stopped in front of the inn. Wei Feng, Du Fan, and the others stood on the left and right. From the moment they got off the carriage in Fengjiu to the moment they entered the inn, the surrounding people only saw a red figure. Seeing those people enter the inn and the spirit deer carriage stop outside, many people whispered, "Hey, look at those two deer. What kind of deer are they? Why are they purple gold? Didn't I say I've never seen this kind of deer?" The old man took a puff of his water pipe and glanced at the person who spoke. In any case, it's a spirit deer. At most, we'll see some cultivators or sect disciples passing by in this small town. It's extremely rare to see people with such grandeur. I really wonder who they are. Who knows? In any case, they're different from us. How are they different? Could it be that they have 3 heads and 6 arms? Don't they all have the same eyes, nose, and mouth? Another person snorted and felt there was nothing different. In any case, there were people on the left and right. The old man, taking a puff of his water pipe, narrowed his eyes and smiled as he glanced at that person and said, "They don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. However, with a single glance, you can tell they're not ordinary. So what if they have the same eyes, nose, and mouth? This is called different people having different lives." After being choked like this, the man didn't say anything. Just as he withdrew his gaze, he saw another group of people enter the small town. Looking at the men and women wearing the same robes, he pulled on the old man's clothes. "Hey, old man, look, another group has come. This group doesn't look like they're from a noble family, right?" The old man, taking a puff of his water pipe, turned around and glanced at the robes of those people with narrowed eyes. Then he withdrew his gaze and fiddled with his water pipe. "You don't believe me when I say you haven't seen the world? These people aren't from a noble family, but the robes they're wearing are from a sect. It seems like they're disciples from a sect." "Sect disciples?" The man's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, "Which sect disciples are they from?" "You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask?" The old man slapped his hand away. Go, go, go. Don't keep pestering this old man. I don't have time to talk to you." The man watched the group enter the city and walked towards the inn. However, the town was not big and there were only 1 or 2 inns. Now that one of the inns was full and the other had been booked, these people would not be able to stay in the inn. "Hey, old man, do you think these people will stay in a homestay? Of the 2 inns, one is full and the other is reserved. I guess they can only stay in the guest house." "Haha, I'll go and ask. Maybe I can make some money," the man said. He didn't wait for the old man to speak and ran towards the people in front of him. "Uncle Master, this inn is already full." A man wearing a sect's white robe walked back to the group and said to the older middle-aged man, Marshal Uncle, look at what that is." A woman pointed at the spirit beast carriage at the entrance of the inn not far away. Previously, they had only seen the carriage and had not seen the spirit beasts in front. Now that they had come here, they saw that the spirit beasts in front of the carriage were actually 2 extremely beautiful spirit deer. Chapter 3680. The middle-aged man looked in the direction the disciple pointed. He saw that the inn was blocked by the spirit beast carriage, so he couldn't see the sign of the inn. However, there was no doubt that it was an inn. As for the spirit beast carriage at the entrance, there were 2 purplish gold spirit deer. When he saw the 2 spirit deer, his eyes flashed, and an extremely fast light flashed in his eyes. These were purple gold spirit deer, the extremely rare purple gold spirit deer. The purple gold spirit deer was a treasure, but such a rare purple gold spirit deer was being used as a spirit beast to pull a carriage. What a waste. Hee hee hee. A man rubbed his hands together and bowed with a smile on his face as he walked in front of these people. He looked at these white-robed sect disciples and tried his best to show a friendly smile. However, before he could speak, a disciple reprimanded him. "What are you doing?" With a shout, he raised the sword in his hand and held it in front of the man, not allowing him to come any closer. Don't misunderstand. The man waved his hand and smiled. "It's like this. I wanted to ask if the immortals would like to stay at my place for the night. My house has an empty courtyard across from here. It's very close, and the courtyard is quite big. It's enough for you guys to stay." The middle-aged man frowned and calmly said, "No need." Seeing that they were all looking at the inn not far away, the man rubbed his hands and smiled. "Immortal, you don't need to look at that inn. It has already been booked by someone else. Our town isn't big, and there are only 2 inns. If you guys don't stay at the inn, you'll have to sleep on the streets tonight." Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned and glanced at him. Without saying anything, he waved his sleeves and led everyone to the inn in front. "Hey, immortal, immortal, do you want to stay at my house? My house is much cheaper than staying at the inn." The man was still shouting, but they didn't even look back. He couldn't help but spit on the ground. He waved his sleeve and muttered, "Let's see where you guys will stay tonight. If you come to my house again, the price will be much higher than before. These spirit deer are really beautiful." A female disciple saw the 2 spirit deer and couldn't help but reach out to touch them. However, before her hand could touch the spirit deer, she was bounced back by a force. "Ah!" the female disciple exclaimed and took a few steps back. Fortunately, she was supported by the disciple behind her. "Be careful." The male disciple supported the woman. After she stood up, he looked ahead and couldn't help but be surprised. There's a barrier around the spirit deer carriage, and it's an invisible barrier. If they hadn't touched it, they wouldn't have felt the existence of the spirit deer chariot. Obviously, the person who set up the spirit deer chariot didn't want anyone to touch it, so he set up the spirit deer chariot. However, what kind of strength did he have to be able to set up such an invisible spirit deer chariot? "Martial uncle, who are the people in there?" "In our sect, if it's not a peak master or above, I'm afraid it can't be used, right?" a man asked in a low voice. He was very curious about the people living in the inn. Seeing this, the middle-aged man looked a little more dignified. He nodded and said, "Yes, ordinary people can't set up such an invisible barrier." Chapter 36:81. However, they did not expect that they would not even be able to enter the inn. "Senior immortals, the inn has been booked. The guests inside have instructed that outsiders are not allowed to enter," the 2 waiters said apologetically. The 2 waiters stood by the door apologetically. When they saw them standing outside the door for so long, they were already on standby. It was not to serve them, but to prevent them from entering. After all, the guests inside gave them quite a lot of tips, so they had to do their jobs well. "We're from the Soaring Firmament Celestial Sect. Go and inform the guests inside that we'd like to discuss with them if they can give us a few rooms," the middle-aged man said confidently. In his opinion, as long as he mentioned the name of the Soaring Firmament Celestial Sect, even if the other party was a noble family, they would not dare to be too rude to them. Moreover, they would not be able to stay in the entire inn. However, after hearing his words, the 2 waiters still stood there with a troubled expression and refused to budge. "Senior immortal, the guests inside said that they don't like to be disturbed. No one is allowed to enter." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face darkened. Before he could speak, the 2 male disciples beside him snorted coldly. "Who's so arrogant? No one was allowed to come in. We're going to go in. What can they do to us?" As soon as the voice fell, the 2 men pushed aside the 2 waiters who were blocking the door and strode over the threshold. However, before they could even touch the ground of the inn, the 2 of them were sent flying by a force. "Ah! Ah!" 2 cries of surprise rang out as the 2 figures were sent flying. They did not even have time to react before they fell heavily on the street outside. 3rd senior brother, 7th junior brother. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly went forward to help the 2 of them up. "How are you? Are you hurt?" The 2 of them were caught off guard and were sent flying. They were not seriously injured, but after receiving that blow, it was as if a breath of air was pressed on their chests. They could not catch their breath for a long time. They patted their chests, took a deep breath, and exhaled heavily. Only then did they feel as if they had come back to life. However, when the 2 of them recovered, their faces were flushed red with anger. Ever since they entered the immortal sect, who didn't treat them with respect? Even before they entered the immortal sect, they were disciples of aristocratic families. When had they ever been humiliated like this? At this moment, they did not think that if they had not tried to force their way in, how could they have been sent flying? "Who's there? Come out!" The 2 of them shouted angrily. They pushed away the people who were supporting them and strode forward. However, before they could enter, they heard a casual voice coming from inside. "If you don't want to fall again, I advise you not to step in." Du Fan was fanning himself with a fan in his hand as he leisurely walked down the stairs from the second floor. When the two men saw that the person who came down was a man who looked about the same age as them, they couldn't help but get angry. They shouted sternly, "Did you do it?" Chapter 3682. The waiter came back to his senses and quickly said, "I'll go to the kitchen right away." With that, he left one of them in front while the other quickly went to the kitchen at the back. The innkeeper noticed that the atmosphere in the inn seemed to be at daggers drawn and could not help but gulp nervously. Those people were from the sect, and the guests in the inn seemed to have extraordinary backgrounds as well. It would be best if both parties did not start a fight. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to keep his inn, seeing that they were being ignored. The two disciples from the sect could not help but clench their fists. Just as they were about to step forward, they were stopped by their uncle master. The middle-aged man raised his hand to stop the two who were about to enter. At the same time, he shot them a warning glance. After seeing that they had lowered their heads and retreated unwillingly, he then looked at the man who was sitting inside with his legs crossed and gently fanning himself with a fan. He smiled and cupped his fists as he asked, "How should I address you, sir?" Du Fan did not look at him. Instead, he called out to the waiter who was waiting by the side, "Waiter, bring a jug of wine and a few side dishes." "Yes, yes." The waiter quickly responded and quickly went to get the wine. He then went into the kitchen and brought 2 side dishes to go with the wine. Just then, Bai Qingsheng walked down from upstairs. She was dressed in white, and her aura was outstanding. Born in a prestigious family, she already had an extraordinary aura. On top of that, her alluring beauty caused the disciples from the sect to be stunned by her beauty as she slowly walked down the stairs. When the female disciples saw this, jealousy flashed across their eyes. They bit their lower lips and stared coldly at the beautiful woman in white. They were all dressed in white, and they already thought that they were extraordinary. However, when they were compared to her, they were actually inferior. How could they accept this? "Why have you come down?" Du Fan looked at Bai Qingsheng. "I came down to see if the dishes are ready." As she spoke, she merely glanced at those people indifferently and walked towards the kitchen. Not long after, she carried a tray with a few dishes that had just been cooked and went upstairs. "I wanted to sleep before getting up to eat, but since the food is ready, let's eat before sleeping." Luo Yu and Wei Feng walked out of the room, and the two of them chatted as they walked. When they arrived at Du Fan's table and sat down, they glanced at the people standing outside the door and asked, "What are those people standing there for?" "Who knows? I don't even know them," Du Fan said casually. He poured himself a glass of wine, took a sip, and ate a side dish. Even the middle-aged man's expression darkened when he was ignored. He looked deeply at Du Fan and the others before he pursed his lips and said, "You're so arrogant that even the members of my high firmament celestial sect can't enter your eyes. I'm sure you're from a great sect?" The middle-aged man still didn't speak and didn't even spare a glance at them. The middle-aged man immediately narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm untalented, but I'd like to seek guidance from you." As soon as he finished speaking, something seemed to have assaulted Du Fan with a swish. Du Fan originally intended to eat the side dish, yet unexpectedly, the person standing outside the door actually shot something at him. He immediately moved his hand and grabbed the thing that assaulted him with his chopsticks. Chapter 3683. The innkeeper, who had been sitting behind the counter, saw the jade token and felt his legs go soft. He glanced at the middle-aged man and quickly said to Du Fan, "Young master, this is a challenge token. It's for a challenge." "Oh, challenge token?" Du Fan looked at the plate in surprise, then looked at the middle-aged man. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. "You want to challenge me? That's right." The middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. He looked confident. "Haha, but I don't have time to play with you." As Du Fan spoke, he flung the chopsticks that were holding the jade tablet towards the middle-aged man. His speed was so fast that the middle-aged man could not help but take a step back before he could catch the jade tablet. As he held the jade token in his hand, the force from the blow caused his palm to go numb. The pain caused sweat to seep out of his forehead. However, his hand still tightly held onto the jade token and did not loosen his grip. His eyes were also staring intently at Du Fan. "How dare you?" The two male disciples, standing next to the middle-aged man, shouted. They were ready to draw their swords. "Back down," the middle-aged man shouted and looked at the two disciples warningly. Then he looked at Du Fan. "I'm Zhou Chengxiong from the High Firmament Celestial Sect. You don't even dare to tell me your name?" Du Fan waved his fan and smiled. "It's not that I don't dare to tell you my name, but you don't deserve to know my name." Hearing these arrogant words, the middle-aged man clenched his fists and sneered. "Good. I'll take my leave first. If there's a chance in the future, I'll be sure to ask you for advice. Let's go." He turned around and left. Anger rose in his heart. When he passed by the purple gold spirit deer carriage, he glanced at the two purple gold spirit deer carriages, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. He, Zhou Chengxiong, was going to take revenge for this humiliation. People from the High Firmament Celestial Sect? That's all there is to it. Luo Yu shook his head, retracted his gaze, and ignored him. Instead, he ate the side dishes and said with a smile, "The side dishes of this inn are not bad." "Yes, it's really not bad." Wei Feng sipped a mouthful of wine and picked up a mouthful of side dishes. Obviously, he didn't take those people from the soaring, firmament, immortal sect seriously. Du Fan looked at the two of them and asked, "Where are they? Aren't you coming down to eat?" Fan Lin is teaching Qin Xin. "Seeing how busy they are, I don't think they will come down to eat." The others seem to be lying down. "I saw Hui Lang in the backyard just now, but I don't see him coming. Lung Hua and Lung Shuang are with Master. I think they will come down to eat later." Wei Feng took another sip of wine as he spoke, and then he said to the attendant, "Give me 2 more dishes and rice. Do you have any meat? Cut another plate of meat and bring it up." "Okay," the attendant replied. His original worry had been put down after those people from the immortal sect left. At this moment, he had a smile on his face as he turned around and went into the kitchen to take care of it. On the other side, those people from the immortal sect didn't have an inn to rest in the end, so they could only make do with residences. In the courtyard, all the disciples looked at their martial uncle, who had a dark expression and couldn't help but look at each other. "Martial uncle, are those people very formidable? Could it be that their strength is above martial uncle Zhou's? Otherwise, how could martial uncle Zhou endure such humiliation?" Chapter 3684. His voice paused as his eyes flashed. "However, I've already sent a message to the sect. Those 2 spirit deer are extremely rare violet gold spirit deer. I believe that the sect will send people over once they receive the news." Hearing this, everyone was slightly surprised and couldn't help but look at each other. One of them asked, "Martial uncle, if those deer are really rare, why would those people use them to pull carriages?" Zhou Chengxiong coldly snorted. "They probably don't know about the purple gold spirit deer and think it's an ordinary spirit deer. Otherwise, who would use such a rare and precious purple gold spirit deer to pull carriages?" A female disciple asked, "Are the purple gold spirit deer very rare?" Zhou Chengxiong rubbed his palms and said, "The purple gold spirit deer eats gold coins and crystal stones. Ordinary people can't afford to feed them. Their whole body is a treasure. Even their blood is a detoxification holy medicine. Moreover, the purple gold spirit deer is very fast, strong, and can fly. Although it is very suitable for pulling carriages, no one is willing to use it as a hearse. Even if there is one, it would be kept in captivity, unlike these people who are wasting natural resources." "Okay, everyone go rest." He waved his hand and let everyone disperse. He also went into a room. At midnight, 2 figures arrived at the small town on flying swords. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the celestial sect, Zhou Chengxiong, was waiting in the dark and quiet town. When he saw the 2 figures arrive, he quickly went to greet them. "Greetings, Martial Uncle Duan." Zhou Chengxiong was very respectful in front of the 2 and didn't dare to be presumptuous. The 2 got off the flying swords, and the flying swords behind them disappeared. They looked at the small town before their eyes fell on Zhou Chengxiong. "You said you found 2 purple gold spirit deer in the small town. Did you make a mistake?" A middle-aged man in gray asked. Zhou Chengxiong quickly said, "Master, disciple didn't make a mistake. They really are purple gold spirit deer. The man in white, who looked to be in his early 30s, smiled and said, "This small town is so remote that there probably aren't many decent cultivators. How could there be a purple gold spirit deer here? Did you make a mistake?" "Marshal Uncle Duan, it's really the purple gold spirit deer, and there are two of them. Look over there." He pointed at the entrance of the inn some distance away and said, "The spirit beast carriage parked outside is being pulled by two purple gold spirit deer." Hearing this, the two of them frowned. The man in white glanced at Zhou Chengxiong and said with a dangerous tone, "So, you hurriedly sent a message to your master and told us to rush here for the two violet gold spirit deer that already belonged to someone else?" Seeing that he was angry, Zhou Chengxiong was startled and hurriedly said, "Marshal Uncle Duan, those people probably didn't know about the violet gold spirit deer. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used them to pull the carriage. I was thinking that if we could offer the two violet gold spirit deer to the sect, it would be a great merit. So the white-robed man narrowed his eyes and said in an unfriendly tone, "We're the High Firmament Celestial Sect, not a bandit nest. We don't even know if those two are purple gold spirit deer or not. Even if they are, why should they give them to our sect?" Chapter 3685. Zhou Chengxiong's eyes flickered when he was questioned. He said, "Marshal Uncle Duan, we're from the Immortal Sect. Is it wrong to say that we're from the Immortal Sect when we're outside?" The white-clothed man frowned and glanced at him. He was about to scold him again when the gray-robed man said, "Junior brother, there's nothing wrong with saying that we're from the Immortal Sect. We still don't know if that's the violet gold spirit deer. Let's take a look first." The white-clothed man was stunned when he heard this. He looked at him and said, "Senior brother, even if it's the violet gold spirit deer, it belongs to someone else. Even if we're from the Immortal Sect, we shouldn't covet something that belongs to someone else. That's beneath us." "Junior brother, I know what you're saying. Let's go take a look and see if it's the violet gold spirit deer." He didn't wait for the gray-robed man to speak and walked forward. Seeing them walk forward, the white-robed man shook his head and followed. What they didn't know was that Du Fan and the others in the inn were already aware of their presence the moment they appeared. They had also heard everything they said. At this moment, Du Fan and the others were drinking wine in the closed door of the inn. Du Fan smiled and said, "I told you. That person definitely won't let it go. See, I was right? The violet gold spirit deer is a rare creature. I'm surprised that someone is able to guard the moral line in their heart without knowing our strength and identity." Luo Yu took a sip of wine and narrowed his eyes. If it's a righteous sect, then they ought to not do something like coveting something that belongs to another, unless it's a person of ill repute. Wei Feng spoke as well, and then he raised the wine jug and poured a cup for Hui Lang. "Drink. I haven't seen you drink more than a few cups of wine all night. Hui Lang, I told you not to worry. The Yama Lord will wake up sooner or later. Even if you don't believe your master, you should believe my master." Luo Yu patted his shoulder and grinned. "What do you mean your master is afraid of my master? Isn't your master my madam?" Hui Lang glared at them. "Ha ha. Yes, I haven't changed my habit of speaking. We're all family. There's no such thing as your or my. I should be punished. Come, I'll punish myself with 3 cups of wine." Luo Yu laughed loudly and poured himself 3 cups of wine. They had set up a soundproof barrier around them, so they weren't afraid of disturbing their master's rest upstairs. They were able to hear the sounds outside because of their divine sense. However, their current strength was already at the level of a mid-deity. The few people outside were not as strong as them, so it was extremely difficult for them to detect their divine sense. "I think you want to drink wine, so you're taking the opportunity to punish yourself, right?" Wei Feng glanced at him with a spurious smile. "Hee, isn't this master's collection of good wine? It's rare for me to have such leisure time, so I should drink a few more cups." Luo Yu grinned. The rich taste of the wine in his mouth was endless, making people unable to stop themselves. Speaking of which, the 9 profound heavens realm is almost sealed off. Because there's no monarch to govern it, there's no way to communicate with other realms. It's almost impossible to obtain news from other realms, Lung Hua said warmly. He didn't drink much and only took a sip. Chapter 3686. So what? Strength decides everything. I believe it won't be long before everyone in the 9 profound heavens realm knows Master's name. Ha ha, that's right. Come, let's drink. Everyone laughed, raised their cups, and downed the wine in one gulp. Outside, the Huilang man who was looking at the 2 purple gold spirit deer exclaimed in surprise. They're really purple gold spirit deer, and they're already adult purple gold spirit deer. Look at the deer's skin, antlers, and purple gold color. They're so beautiful. He couldn't help but reach out to touch them, but Zhou Chengxiong hurriedly pulled him back. Master, you can't. What's wrong? The gray-robed man looked back at him, puzzled. His eyes fell on the 2 purple gold spirit deer and said, I just want to touch the deer. I won't do anything to them. It was rare to see a real violet gold spirit deer appear in front of them, so they couldn't hide their joy at all. After all, they had only seen such rare animals in the past in the myriad beast ancient record. When had they ever seen a real violet gold spirit deer in front of them? Master, there's an invisible boundary around the purple gold spirit deer. If you touch it, you'll be bounced away. Zhou Qingxiong looked at his master, who was stunned, and said, previously, a disciple couldn't help but want to touch it, but he was bounced away by the boundary. Hearing this, the white-robed man frowned. Invisible boundary? Really? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Zhou Qingxiong said. Hearing this, the gray-robed man and the white-robed man were surprised. The gray-robed man pondered for a while and said, if it's really an invisible boundary, then these people should be very strong. Yes, if he didn't say there was an invisible boundary here, I wouldn't have noticed it. The white-robed man said with a serious face, Senior brother, the owner of the purple gold spirit deer is not an ordinary person. Even though we're from the celestial sect, I think it's better not to provoke them. It was rare to see a purple gold spirit deer, so the gray-robed man didn't want to give up. He looked at the white-robed man and said, Junior brother, you're wrong. Do you think we're afraid of them? Besides, we didn't say we were going to provoke them, but since we've met, we should pay them a visit. Hearing this, the white-clothed man's face turned serious. He looked at the brightly lit inn and didn't say anything. Master, are we going to knock on the door now? Or tomorrow morning? Zhou Chengxiong asked. They should be asleep by now. Since it's a visit, it can't be at night. The gray-robed man said and looked at Zhou Chengxiong. Where are you staying? Zhou Chengxiong's head. All right, then let's go and rest first. Keep an eye on them. Tomorrow morning, we'll pay them a visit so that they won't leave without knowing. The gray-robed man instructed. Yes, disciple understands. Zhou Qingxiong responded and took them to a house not far away to rest. Chapter 3687. Fengjiu did not know about this. Even if she knew, she would not care. After all, she was now focused on nursing her body, nurturing her fetus, and cultivating. That night, she slept very well. She slept all the way until dawn when she called Lung Shuang in. After a simple wash, she sat down at the table and said, just bring the breakfast here. Okay, Lung Shuang replied and turned to leave. Although her breakfast was prepared by the kitchen staff, they also instructed how to prepare it and added the ingredients according to Fanlin's arrangements. When the food was brought to Fengjiu, it was also checked by Lung Shuang. After all, he was worried that the people in the inn would do something to it. Fengjiu did not know that at this moment, the people from the Lingxiao celestial sect came again. This time, when they arrived at the inn, the gray-robed, middle-aged man was in the lead. Zhou Qingxiong followed beside him. May I know where the master is? We have some things to discuss with him. As the gray-robed man spoke, he looked at the men drinking tea inside and glanced at them, guessing which one was their master. However, he could not help but feel a little puzzled when he saw that these people were extremely outstanding in appearance and temperament. They did not look like ordinary guards and attendants, but more like young masters of aristocratic families. You're talking about them? These people did not look like guards and attendants. Zhou Qingxiong stepped forward and said in a low voice, Yes, these people should be the underlings. However, I have never seen their master, so I don't know who their master is. However, these people are very strong, especially the one with the fan in his hand. These people were very outstanding. Just a glance was enough to make people remember them. However, If he had to say who among these people left the deepest impression, it would be the man with the fan in his hand. Last night, the challenge token that was bounced back by him caused his hand to ache for most of the night. However, so what? Now that his master was here, and Marshal Uncle Duan was also here, would they still dare to be so arrogant? According to him, the one with the fan in his hand was very powerful. The middle-aged man couldn't help but look at him. He carefully sized him up, but he couldn't see through his strength. Just as the middle-aged man was about to lead the disciples behind him in, two waiters apologetically stepped forward and stopped them. Immortal elders, this has already been booked by them, and they also said that they don't want anyone to disturb them, you see. Seeing that he was stopped, the middle-aged man frowned slightly. He did not look at the waiter, but looked at Du Fan instead. "Where's the owner? We came here with sincerity. Is this how you treat your guests?" The oppressive voice spread out and naturally reached the ears of Feng Jiu, who was eating breakfast upstairs. Hearing the noise downstairs, Feng Jiu wiped the corners of his mouth and asked, "What's going on downstairs?" Hearing this, Leng Hua and Leng Shuang looked at each other. Leng Hua then said, "Master, the people downstairs are from the High Firmament Immortal Sect. Last night, Leng Hua briefly told her about how they wanted to enter the inn and almost fought with Du Fan last night. He then said, last night, 2 more people came, and this morning, they came again. They probably took a fancy to the purple gold spirit deer." Chapter 3688. Downstairs. "We don't know you. Why do you think you can meet our master just because you want to?" Wei Feng glanced at them like a hedonistic son of a rich family. "Go back to where you came from. Unrelated people shouldn't disturb us," Luo Yu said casually. He picked up the peanuts on the table and tossed one into his mouth. Du Fan sat there with a smile. He fanned himself with the fan in his hand and did not speak. "We are from the Soaring Firmament Celestial Sect. We would like to visit the master. Please inform us," the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. He did not argue with them. However, Du Fan and the others did not bite at all. "So what if you're from the Soaring Firmament Celestial Sect? We don't know you, and my master doesn't like trouble. He doesn't have the time to meet you." It was the first time he had encountered people who did not care about the Soaring Firmament Celestial Sect at all. Even the middle-aged man could not help but narrow his eyes at this moment. His face darkened. He looked at them, cupped his hands, and asked, "Then, may I ask which sect you're from? Or which clan you're from? What does it have to do with you which sect or clan I'm from?" Du Fan said with a smile, but his words were not polite at all. Seeing that these people were not moved by force or persuasion, and were choking them as soon as he opened his mouth, the pressure on the middle-aged man's body spread out because of his anger. However, at this moment, a hand landed on the middle-aged man's shoulder. "Senior brother." A white-clothed man walked up from behind and placed his hand on the middle-aged man's shoulder. He secretly exerted force in his palm and made the middle-aged man withdraw his pressure. When the middle-aged man saw him, he took a deep breath and said, "Didn't you say you weren't coming? Why are you here again?" The white-clothed man sighed helplessly and said, "If I didn't come, did you want to fight with them? Why would I? I just want to see what these people are capable of." The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. He looked at the people inside, and then his gaze fell on Du Fan. He said, "Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Du Fan waved his fan lightly and said with a smile, "I don't even know who you are, so why should I accept your challenge?" "Oomph, I think you don't dare." The middle-aged man snorted with disdain. "Yes, I wouldn't dare," Du Fan said with a smile. However, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. A wise man could tell that he was just brushing him off. The middle-aged man was annoyed. He flipped his palm and attacked Du Fan fiercely. His movements were so fast that the man in white beside him couldn't stop him in time. "Senior brother." The white-robed man was shocked, but in the end, he could not stop it. He only felt that when his senior brother struck out with that palm strike, a faint sense of unease rose in his heart. According to his observation, these people were all unfathomable. Moreover, after knowing that they were from the High Firmament Celestial Sect, they still didn't put them in their eyes. It could be seen that they were not ordinary people. Who was the other party? It was not a wise move to make a move without knowing his background. Seeing the man's palm strike coming at him, Du Fan still had a smile on his face. However, he narrowed his eyes and waved the fan in his hand. A wind blade attacked the man's palm strike. The wind blade flew through the air and directly attacked the middle-aged man. Seeing the sharp wind blade, the white-robed man's heart sank. He shouted in a low voice, "Everyone, get out of the way!" Chapter 36:89. Cries of surprise could be heard. The white-robed man suddenly turned his head to take a look. When he saw this, he could not help but be slightly startled. He saw that although the disciples who had quickly retreated had already retreated a few meters away, the front of their robes had still been cut open by the chi blade. It was fine for the male disciples, but even the front of the female disciples' robes had been cut open, revealing their undergarments. The female disciples cried out in surprise. Their faces flushed red as they hurriedly covered their chests with their hands. The male disciples were caught off guard by this attack and were shocked. When they turned their heads, they saw that the front of their senior or junior sisters' robes had been cut open, revealing their undergarments of different colors. For a moment, they were stunned. After quickly averting their eyes, they took out cloaks and covered them with them. Quickly put them on. Seeing the chaos behind him, the white-robed man furrowed his brows and sighed silently. He looked at the man holding the fan, who had a leisurely expression, and said, "Even if my senior brother was in the wrong, your actions have gone too far." If he had not pulled his senior brother away in time, the injuries caused by this attack would not have been light. Du Fan chuckled. "What's wrong? Only you are allowed to attack. You don't allow us to retaliate? Or did I allow you to provoke us?" Faced with this, the white-robed man was speechless for a long time. "Junior brother, move aside. This brat has no respect for anyone. Today, I must teach him a good lesson." The gray-robed man said in a deep voice. His face was dark, and his eyes were filled with anger. Under his sleeves, his fists were tightly clenched. Before Du Fan and the others could speak, a light and unhurried voice could be heard. "Oh, who are you? Why do you have to teach my people a lesson?" Hearing this voice, Du Fan and the others who were originally sitting stood up. They raised their heads and looked towards the stairs. Without prior agreement, they called out, "Master." The people outside the inn looked at the woman who was slowly walking down. Their eyes could not help but flicker slightly. The woman was dressed in red, and her steps were slow and elegant as she walked down the stairs with one hand. Her movements were languid and casual, and her noble aura was impossible to ignore. Looking up, that peerlessly beautiful face revealed a soul-stirring beauty. Her expression was indifferent, her eyes were cold, and the corners of her lips were slightly curled. It was a smile that was not a smile, but it caused everyone to be dumbfounded and shocked. "Master, did I disturb you?" Du Fan asked. When he glanced outside, his gaze became colder. "With all the commotion downstairs, it's hard not to disturb me." Feng Jiu went downstairs and casually sat down at the table. She propped up her chin with one hand and looked outside with her clear eyes. Her gaze swept past the gray-robed man and landed on Du Fan. She said, "Moreover, didn't I hear that someone wanted to help me teach you a lesson? Seeing that it was getting late, I decided to come down and take a look." The cultivation world was filled with beauties, not to mention Duan Yunhe, who was in the immortal sect. He had seen many extremely beautiful women. However, when he saw this woman dressed in red, he felt that those so-called beauties that he had seen in the past could not compare to her in the slightest. Her movements were languid and casual, natural and unrestrained. The noble aura around her seemed to have been formed from the heavens. He had never seen such an elegant, languid, willful, natural, and noble woman in the past 100 years. Chapter 3690. Perhaps Feng Jiu was annoyed by the astonished gazes of the people outside, but he frowned slightly and said in a clear and cold voice, "Du Fan." "Yes, master." Du Fan responded and glanced at her. In the next moment, his figure shot out and the fan in his hand shot out a wind blade, startling the people outside. The white-robed man suddenly regained his senses and realized that he had lost his composure. However, before he could react, a wind blade had already shot toward him. This time, he did not ask the crowd to avoid it. Instead, he met it head-on. He rotated his hands in front of him, and a wave of energy instantly spread out, dispersing the wind blade that was coming toward him. At the same time, he raised his hands and pushed the disciples standing behind him to the side. Some of them staggered a few meters away. When Du Fan's figure shot forward, Leng Hua and Leng Shuang stood beside Feng Jiu. They had to prevent the airflow during the battle from injuring their master, so they had to be cautious at all times. Duan Yunhe did not want to fight Du Fan. As he quickly retreated, he said, "Wait, we did not mean to offend you." "We didn't." However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a stern shout. "One arrogant brat! Do you really think that there's no one in the soaring firmament celestial sect? Watch how I teach you a lesson." The gray-robed man shouted in a low voice. His face was filled with anger. In the next moment, he raised his hand, and a sharp sword imbued with sword energy shot toward Du Fan. As a peak master of the celestial sect, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? When he saw Du Fan make a move, he wanted to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Oof. He had thought that their master would be a man. Who would have thought that she would be a woman? Since she was a woman, he would not fight her. Instead, he would teach this brat a lesson and make him remember. Senior brother. Duan Yunhe was anxious. He saw that his senior brother had already started fighting with the fan-wielding man. Spiritual qi surged from their bodies, and pressure spread out from their bodies. Duan Yunhe watched as his senior brother went from teaching the man a lesson to retreating step by step due to shame and anger. His sword was filled with killing intent unknowingly. Every move was swift and fierce, as if he wanted to kill his opponent. Duan Yunhe was shocked. "Whoosh! Brat, watch my sword." The swift and fierce sword qi contained killing intent as it attacked. Its speed was so fast that even though Du Fan's cultivation was above his, he was still somewhat unable to deal with the opponent's shadowless speed. Du Fan quickly retreated, avoiding the sword qi coming at him. He found that he couldn't see his opponent's moves at all. His opponent's sword was changing so fast that he could only barely block the attack with the fan in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Senior brother, quickly stop. Duan Yunhe could not help but turn pale with fright when he saw that his senior brother had even used his famous shadowless chainsword. If he really killed his opponent, he would be in deep trouble. Master, that person's sword technique is very strange. The speed of his sword is extremely fast. Even I cannot see through his moves. At the side, Luo Yu frowned as he watched Du Fan retreat step by step. He could clearly see that in terms of martial skills, the middle-aged man was superior. And in terms of strength and cultivation, Du Fan had not released all of his pressure. Chapter 36:91. Feng Jiu propped up her chin with one hand as she lazily watched the scene unfold outside. The middle-aged man's sword was truly fast, and his swordsmanship was exquisite. She hadn't been able to see through his swordsmanship in the beginning, but after fighting with Du Fan until now, she had figured out how to break through his swordsmanship. Her lips curled into a faint smile as she locked onto Du Fan with her divine sense. At the same time, she transmitted her voice into his ears. Du Fan was being forced back step by step by the middle-aged man's sword, but at that moment his master's voice rang out in his mind. His eyes flashed when he heard those words, and in the next moment, he switched from defense to offense. He took the initiative to attack, and instead of retreating step by step, he used swift and fierce moves to suppress his opponent, making it impossible for his opponent to use his sword. Duan Yunhe, who was watching from the side, was secretly shocked when he saw his senior brother being suppressed in an instant. Moreover, the man called Du Fan's fan was a step faster than his senior brother's attack, and he couldn't help but look at the red-clothed woman who was sitting leisurely in the inn. He knew that this couldn't go on, and seeing that the two men weren't stopping, he walked towards the inn and cupped his hands towards the red-clothed woman, saying, "Madam, we didn't mean to offend you. Could you please have your men stop?" Feng Jiu glanced at him and said leisurely, "Your senior brother was the one who wanted to teach my men a lesson. Why are you asking my men to stop? Could it be that they're just going to stand there and let you teach them a lesson?" Hearing this, Duan Yunhe revealed a helpless expression and said, "Madam, although I don't know where you're from, it's not a wise decision for you to openly attack a member of the High Firmament Celestial Sect. It's fine if my senior brother is fine, but if he's injured, my sect won't just sit by and watch. If that happens, wouldn't it be troublesome? Therefore, I hope that Madam will be magnanimous and stop here." Fengjiu lightly tapped the table as she listened. She watched as the middle-aged man was forced to retreat step by step. His robes had been cut a few times by Du Fan's fan, and although he wasn't bleeding, he was in a very sorry state. Thinking about how they had just arrived here, it wasn't worth it to become enemies with a sect over such a small matter. When she saw Du Fan's fan attack with sharp wind blades, she calmly called out, "Du Fan." It was this sound that caused Du Fan's attack to stop abruptly. No matter how much he wanted to teach him a lesson, once his master spoke, he would stop. Withdrawing the power in his hand, the attack dissipated, and the fan returned to his hand with a whoosh. He glanced at the middle-aged man, who had a shocked expression on his face, and said with a smile, "It's only so." With that, he walked toward the inn. His strength and cultivation weren't as high as theirs, but his swordsmanship was brilliant. If it weren't for his master's help, he wouldn't have been able to break through his opponent's swordsmanship. However, no matter how powerful his swordsmanship was, it wasn't as powerful as his master. His master only needed to look, and no matter how fast his sword was, it wouldn't be able to hide from her. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and gripped the sword in his hand. How many years had it been? Ever since he became a peak master, he had never been in such a sorry state. Now he was forced into such a sorry state by an unknown brat, and was even mocked for being SOSO. How could he take this lying down? Chapter 3692. Du Fan, watch out. None of Luo Yu and the others in the inn had expected that the middle-aged man would actually attack someone from behind. Moreover, he had done it in front of so many people. When they saw the palm strike, they had already cried out in alarm, because they saw that the palm strike contained a powerful force that fiercely slapped towards Du Fan. In a situation where Du Fan was completely defenseless and had his back facing this scene, if he were to receive this palm strike, then he would probably be heavily injured if not killed. However, because they were rather close to each other and his palm strike had arrived suddenly and fiercely, even if they had swiftly flashed out after they saw it, they were only in time to see that palm strike heavily onto Du Fan's body. Bang! After Du Fan heard Fengjiu's words, he didn't intend to continue attacking. After all, this was enough to make them retreat in the face of difficulties. However, who would have expected that just as he turned around and walked towards the inn, a palm strike struck towards him from behind at a speed that he couldn't cover his ears with. It was so swift and so close that he didn't have the chance to react at all. He only felt a heavy force descend heavily onto his heart meridian on his back. In an instant, his entire body stiffened, and he felt a force spread out from his heart meridian on his back towards his body. A mouthful of blood surged up his throat, causing him to be unable to stop himself from spitting out a mouthful of blood. Spurt! Du Fan! Du Fan! Luo Yu, Wei Feng, and the others flashed over, yet they were only in time to catch his fallen figure. Fresh blood flowed out from his mouth as he looked at his master, who abruptly stood up from the chair. Then he opened his mouth and said to the two people that were supporting him, Take good care of him, master." As soon as he finished speaking, he fainted. Du Fan! Bang! Right at this moment, a heavy strike resounded. The middle-aged man was blasted flying by Gunmo's palm strike, and he smashed heavily over 10 meters away while spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the disciples of the De-Immortal sect were jolted awake, and they cried out in surprise as they ran towards the middle-aged man. "Master! Peak Master!" The scene fell into chaos for a moment. However, Guillermo didn't stop there. Instead, he took a step forward and instantly arrived beside the middle-aged man like a bolt of lightning. A powerful pressure swept out, and the disciples who were supporting the middle-aged man were instantly blasted away. Everyone was bounced back by a force and fell to the ground one after another. However, when they stood up again, they didn't dare to go forward. It was because the man with the cold face was emitting an extremely cold, killing intent that made them feel fear in their hearts. "Damn you!" A cold voice filled with killing intent came from Gumo's mouth. He grabbed the middle-aged man's collar with one hand, while his other hand was clenched into a fist that contained hidden energy as he viciously smashed it towards the pale middle-aged man. Stop! Only at this moment did Duan Yunhe return to his senses. The scene from before had occurred too quickly and too suddenly, to the extent that he was unable to recover from his shock. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare believe that his senior brother, the Peak Master, would actually do something like injure someone behind his back. Moreover, before he could recover from his shock, he saw his senior brother being heavily blasted flying by the man's palm strike. When he saw the man grab his senior brother's collar and clench his fist as he prepared to swing it down, Duan Yunhe was shocked. He couldn't care about anything else and charged forward to block the man's fist before it could swing down. Bang! Crack! Chapter 3693. Duan Yunhe's hand was trembling, but he didn't dodge. He used his other hand to instantly pull his senior brother back from Gumo's grasp. At the same time, he swiftly retreated while looking at Gumo with vigilance. Move aside. Gumo stared at Duan Yunhe with an icy, cold expression, and he didn't conceal his killing intent at all. The pressure Gumo emanated caused Duan Yunhe to be unable to help but be shocked. As he gazed at the man before him, he steadied his mind and disregarded his broken arm as he said, "You've already struck my senior brother with a palm strike, and he's heavily injured as well. Moreover, you've broken my arm, so we should be even. Why be so aggressive? We let him off, yet he attacked from behind. You actually have a nerve to say we're even?" Wei Feng sneered as he stared at the middle-aged man that was protected by Duan Yunhe, and his gaze was ghastly. He won't be able to leave after injuring one of our men. As he gazed at their furious appearances, Duan Yunhe's heart sank slightly, and he felt that the situation had become serious, especially when his senior brother's palm strike struck right at that middle-aged man's heart. Even if that middle-aged man didn't die, it would probably be difficult for him to survive. When he thought up to here, he swiftly thought of a way to deal with the situation. However, in the current situation, the middle-aged man had already aroused killing intent, and his strength was obviously superior to theirs. If they were to fight, then it would probably be. Fengjiu walked out from within and arrived by Du Fan's side. She helped him take his pulse, and her gaze instantly turned cold when her fingers touched his pulse. She withdrew a medicinal pill and stuffed it into his mouth, and then she said to Luo Yu and Wei Feng, who were supporting Du Fan, "Help him in." "Yes." Both of them replied before they hurriedly helped the unconscious Du Fan in. If it was said that Duan Yunhe's heart sank slightly when he saw the furious expressions of those men, then his heart couldn't help but tremble when he saw the peerlessly beautiful woman in red clothes slowly stand up and look at him, and an extremely uneasy feeling suffused his heart. "Are you going to hand him over? Or do you want to lose all of you?" A clear and cold voice sounded out in a neither fast nor slow manner. It just happened to cause dense uneasiness to surge into Duan Yunhe's heart. Even though this beautiful woman in red looked indifferent, he could still see that she was angry. It was a dignified expression, one that made him unable to raise his head and look directly into her eyes. It was a domineering aura like that of a king, so much so that it made his heart tremble with fear and uneasiness. From a moment he saw these people, he knew that they were not ordinary people. When he saw the beautiful woman in red, he knew that his guess was right. He did not want to be enemies with them, but things had gotten out of hand because his senior brother had hurt someone behind their back. Withstanding that powerful pressure, Duan Yunhe said with difficulty, "Madam, I'm sorry, but I can't hand my senior apprentice brother over to you. My senior apprentice brother was in the wrong in this matter. Once I bring him back to the immortal sect and report this to the sect master, I will definitely compensate you." However, Fengjiu coldly chuckled when she heard these words. Her gaze swept past Duan Yunhe and landed on the immortal sect disciples by the side. Subsequently, she turned around and walked into the inn. An ice-cold voice that contained a pressure rang out from her mouth. "Cripple them." "Yes." Chapter 3694. However, his voice was soon drowned out by screams of agony. Adot's shrill screams rang out one after another as the disciples' cultivations were crippled. The speed was so fast that they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Duan Yunhe, who was protecting his senior brother, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw this scene. More than a dozen elite disciples of the sect had actually been crippled after years of painstaking cultivation. This was even more painful than killing them with a single sword strike. Duan Yunhe couldn't help but tremble slightly when he saw the clean and neat movements of these people, as well as their merciless methods. He only saw a blur in front of his eyes as his senior brother, who was originally protected behind him, was brought out with a hand tightly gripping his neck. "No! No! Stop!" Crack! Before he could cry out in alarm, he heard a cracking sound. The senior brother, who was already seriously injured, was lifted up. His throat was tightly gripped by a hand, and his throat was crushed. He couldn't even cry out in pain, and his hand fell down powerlessly. Bang! The lifeless body was thrown in front of him and landed on the ground in front of him with a loud bang. Some of the rogue cultivators and the surrounding commoners in the small town were already stunned. They looked at the scene in horror and swallowed their saliva. These people actually crippled the cultivations of those celestial sect disciples and even killed that peak master. This was going to be a big deal. The high firmament celestial sect wouldn't let them go. Duan Yunhe was stunned by the scene in front of him. He stood there, forgetting to react. He couldn't understand how his senior brother, who had come out with him, had died just like that. They had only heard about the purple gold spirit deer and came to take a look. How did things develop to this point? My cultivation, that when he heard the screams and cries of pain from the nearby disciples, he closed his eyes and stood there straight. His voice was filled with helplessness as he said, "Kill me too." He really didn't know how to face his sect, his master, and the families of these disciples when he returned. "No, we won't kill you." A gentle voice rang out, causing Duan Yunhe to involuntarily open his eyes and look towards the source of the voice. He saw a man wearing a crescent moon robe who had been quietly standing beside the red-clothed woman walk over and stop in front of him. Lenghua looked at the man in white in front of him and said in his usual gentle voice, "Take your men and leave. You can return to your immortal sect and report back. However, I also have some words of advice for you. It would be best if this matter ends here. If your immortal sect wants revenge, then that's fine. Come find us as long as you can bear the consequences." As soon as he finished speaking, Lenghua withdrew his gaze and turned to walk inside. Guillemot and the others coldly glanced at Duan Yunhe before they turned around and walked back into the inn. Dufan's injuries were severe. Although their master was there, they couldn't help but worry. Watching them return to the inn, Duan Yunhe pursed his lips, unable to say a word. Chapter 3695. Such unyielding and confident words shook Duan Yunhe's heart. He stood there for a long time without moving, and he was slightly stunned. Now that things had escalated to this point, how could the celestial sect let this matter go? But if they didn't stop here, then these people, Duan Yunhe sighed inwardly and shook his head. He glanced at his senior brother's corpse and bent down to help him up. Only then did he walk towards the wailing disciples on the ground. When his gaze fell on his senior brother's disciple, Zhou Chengxiong, his expression turned cold. If it wasn't for him, then how could things have escalated to this point? That person really deserved to die. Zhou Chengxiong's strength had been crippled, and he was lying on the ground. His cultivation had dissipated, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Large beads of cold sweat were dripping down his forehead. He had witnessed his master's death with his own eyes. That scene had finally shocked him. He hadn't expected things to develop like this, and he hadn't expected his master to die like this. But now that things had already happened, what was the point of talking about it? The only thing he could do now was to report to the celestial sect and prevent his master from dying in vain. But when he met Duan Yunhe's cold gaze, he was shocked, and he couldn't help but lower his head. Duan Yunhe's cold gaze shifted away from Zhou Chengxiong's body. He looked at the disciples and said in a deep voice, "I'll take you back to the celestial sect." With that, he waved his hand, and a transportation array appeared in his hand. As the transportation array was activated, the people sitting on the ground instantly disappeared from the small town. When they saw this scene, the surrounding commoners looked at each other, then glanced at the inn and silently left. Although they hadn't seen any big shots in the small town, they knew that these people were definitely extraordinary people when they arrived. Sure enough, their guess was correct. Those outstanding men and women weren't even afraid of the celestial sex people. They had even killed the celestial sex peak master and crippled the disciples' cultivation. They had all been crippled. This wasn't a small matter. It was a huge matter. The burly old man, who was sitting in a corner and smoking his water pipe, also swallowed his saliva. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the inn. Something big had happened. Those people who came out of nowhere had actually killed the people from the immortal sect and crippled their cultivation. The immortal sect would definitely not let this matter rest. When the old man thought of this, he stopped sucking on his hookah and quickly stood up. "Old man, where are you going?" The man quickly pulled him back and asked, "Where are we going?" "Of course it's to run for their lives. Do you think they'll be able to leave so quickly? There are people in the inn who have been seriously injured, so they will definitely be recuperating here. As for the people from the immortal sect, they will definitely come again. If you don't want to be affected, then hurry up and pack up your bags and leave. Go out and lie low for a while," the old man said as he slapped his hand away and quickly left. Hearing this, the man's eyes were filled with fear. After thinking for a while, he also went back to the house to pack his things. Well, no matter what, it's better to go out and lie low for a while first. Within the inn, Du Fan was placed on a bed by Wei Feng and the others. But at this moment, he was unconscious, and his countenance was pale like a sheet of paper and was on the verge of death. Fan Lin helped him take his pulse from the side and gave him some medicine to consume, yet he still didn't wake up. "Master is here. Master is here." Chapter 3696. When everyone saw her come in, they hurriedly opened up a path for her. Fan Lin looked at her, his expression slightly serious, and said, "Master, Du Fan's injuries are extremely serious. All of his internal organs are damaged, and his heart meridian. If Master had not given Du Fan a 9th-level medicinal pill, Du Fan would have already stopped breathing." Feng Jiu walked forward and sat down by the bed. She looked at the unconscious Du Fan on the bed and reached out to feel his pulse again. After a while, she withdrew her hand and said to Fan Lin, "Take off his clothes." "Yes," Fan Lin replied, and took off Du Fan's clothes. Even though he was already mentally prepared, when he saw the dark purple palm print on Du Fan's back, he could not help but gasp. Hiss! This palm print. This palm strike was extremely heavy. Even the spot on his back that was struck by the palm had caved in slightly. A clear handprint could be seen on his back, and because of the clotted blood, the handprint was already tinged with a purplish-red color. Feng Jiu stared at the palm print, her eyes narrowing. "Lung Shuang, prepare a brush and ink. After I write down the prescription, quickly prepare the medicinal bath." "Yes," Lung Shuang replied, and took out a brush, ink, and paper from her space and placed it on the table. If it was not for the fact that the green lotus chi in her body was not flowing, she could use the vitality of the green lotus to treat Du Fan. Unfortunately, the vitality of the green lotus chi could not be used, so she could only use medicine to treat him. She wrote down 2 prescriptions on the table and handed them to Fan Lin. "Prepare the spiritual medicine. If there is a shortage, come and find me. This one is for the medicinal bath, and this one is for 2 bowls of water. Boil it until it is 70% and bring it to him." "Yes," Fan Lin replied, and after receiving the prescriptions, he went to prepare. Their space had always been stocked with all kinds of herbs, so it wasn't difficult to get them. Otherwise, they wouldn't know where to find them in this small town. On one side, they were busy with Du Fan's treatment. On the other side, the disciple who was guarding the life lamp saw that one of the life lamps in the hall had gone out. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He went forward to see whose life lamp it was and ran out. "Oh no, not good. Crimson Spirit Peak Master Ren's life lamp had been extinguished. This is bad." Within the sect, the news spread quickly. Many disciples came out to discuss. What's going on? Why did I hear that someone's life lamp was extinguished? The life lamp of the Peak Lord of the Crimson Spirit Peak has extinguished. The disciples of the Lightgar Hall have all rushed to report to the sect master. Is this for real? That's Peak Master Run. How could it? Yesterday, I saw Peak Master Run and my master playing chess and drinking wine together. Why did his natal light go out today? What's going on? I also saw him yesterday, and he was fine. How could it be gone just like that? Although I don't know what's going on, but the fall of a Peak Master is a big deal. While everyone was discussing, they suddenly saw a flash of light at the teleportation formation of the sect. Everyone was stunned and said, "Why is there a flash of light at the teleportation formation? Did someone come back from outside? Let's go. Let's go and see." Chapter 3697. Naturally, they were familiar with the dozen or so disciples dressed in the sect's uniform. However, why did they return with their cultivation bases crippled? And in that person being supported by Martial Uncle Duan, isn't that Peak Masterin? However, he was really, with their strength and cultivation, they were naturally able to tell with a single glance that Peak Masterin was being supported by Martial Uncle Duan at this moment. No matter if it was his powerless limbs or the aura of death that suffused his body, they all knew that he, Peak Master Run, was really dead. Duan Yunhe looked at the disciples who had rushed over and ordered in a deep voice, "Send them back first." As soon as he finished speaking, he brought Duan Yunhe's senior brother's corpse back to the sect leader's main peak. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, all the peak masters, elders, and venerables of the Soaring Firmament Celestial sect had gathered at the main peak. Peak Master Ren's corpse was placed on the ground in front of them. Everyone looked at Peak Master Ren's corpse as they listened to Duan Yunhe's explanation. Their expressions turned grave as they listened. That's what happened. Duan Yunhe looked at the sect leader, wondering how the sect leader would deal with this matter. Bang! One of the peak masters slammed his hand on the small table beside him and said angrily, "They killed our peak master and crippled our disciples' cultivation bases. The Soaring Firmament Celestial sect will definitely settle this score." That's right. These people are too arrogant. They disregarded the Soaring Firmament Celestial sect and attacked our disciples. This is an insult to the sect's reputation. If we don't deal with this matter, how are we going to stand tall in the future? How are we going to face the clans of the disciples whose cultivation bases were crippled? What about Peak Master Ren's clan? Duan Yunhe looked around and saw that other than the two peak masters who had a relatively bad temper and were close friends with his senior brother, everyone else was silent, as if they were thinking about something. He looked at the sect leader who was sitting on the main seat and saw him stroking his beard with a thoughtful expression on his face. It was obvious he was also thinking about how to deal with this matter. Duan Yunhe was surprised by this scene. He had thought that after the news spread, the people in the sect would step forward and demand that this matter be dealt with severely. "Great Elder, what do you think?" The sect master pondered for a moment before turning to the Great Elder. Being questioned, the first elder paused for a moment and said, "If what Yunhe said is true, then it is Peak Master Ren's fault. His mistake is that he shouldn't have attacked from the back and killed him after the other party stopped attacking." He paused for a moment before continuing. However, those people didn't show any mercy when they attacked. Not only did they kill Peak Master Run, they also crippled the cultivation of over a dozen of our immortal sect's disciples. This method is a bit too much. If we don't deal with this matter, as Peak Master Sun said, our immortal sect won't be able to give an explanation to the families of the dozen or so disciples, and we won't be able to give an explanation to Peak Master Ren's family. However, if we want to deal with this matter, we don't even know the origin of the other party. Hearing this, the sect leader nodded. That's true. Not bad. Chapter 3698. At this moment, an old man raised his eyelids and glanced at Peak Master Sun. Peak Master Sun's words aren't correct. Our immortal firmament has a foundation of over 1,000 years. The immortal sect is filled with experts, and there are countless clans that rely on our immortal sect to strengthen themselves. While we fear a mere dozen people, we're still discussing how to deal with this matter. It's too early to say that it's not the style of the high firmament celestial sect to be afraid of them. With our foundation, how can we be frightened by a random person? Sun Feng, it's fine if you say these words here, but if you say them outside, you'll really embarrass our soaring firmament immortal sect. Being reprimanded in front of so many people, Peak Master Sun's expression didn't look too good, but he didn't say anything and just pursed his lips. After all, the other party's seniority was far higher than his, and he couldn't casually talk back. Everyone secretly nodded when they heard the old man's words. That's right. It was impossible to say that they were afraid of those people. With their sect's thousands of years of foundation, how could they be afraid of a dozen people who came out of nowhere? What made them hesitate and not know how to deal with it was that Peak Master Ren had injured someone behind his back. If the reason for this matter were to spread, it would truly be a loss of face for their immortal sect. A Peak Master of an immortal sect had already let him go after he was no match for the other party, but he actually injured someone behind his back. If this matter was spread out, how would the other sects view them? After all, it wasn't just a disciple, but a Peak Master. This influence was still very great. Then, according to everyone's opinion, how do you think this matter should be dealt with appropriately? The sect master asked. His slightly furrowed brows had already loosened. It was obvious that he already had an idea. Everyone looked at each other when they saw this. Someone said, I think it's best for our sect not to interfere in this matter. As long as we inform his family that Peak Masterin has been killed, it's up to them how they want to deal with it. The same goes for the other disciples who have their cultivation crippled. Let their families deal with this matter themselves. No matter what the outcome is, it has nothing to do with our sect. I think it's best to remove our sect from this matter. Yes, I think so too. Another Peak Master nodded. If we do this, we can indeed pull our sect out of this mess. However, if our immortal sect doesn't do anything, wouldn't that be too? A Peak Master said hesitantly. He felt that if the sect didn't do anything, it would be too cold-blooded and heartless. Another old man glanced at the crowd and said, if you think this method isn't good enough, then use another method. Use the power of the immortal sect to wipe out all those people. Firstly, it will establish the might of our immortal sect. Secondly, it will serve as a deterrent to all parties. Thirdly, we can avenge Peak Master Run and the others, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Hearing this, everyone thought for a moment and said, that works too. However, the sect master stroked his beard and smiled. He looked at Duan Yunhe, who had been standing there silently, and asked, Yunhe, what do you think? Hearing this, everyone's gazes fell on Duan Yunhe. Duan Yunhe was slightly taken aback. He raised his head to look at the smiling Sect Master Han and said, Sect Master, I think it's best to let this matter rest. Chapter 3699. Duan Yunhe looked at the Peak Master, then at the others, and said, none of you have seen those people, so you don't know what kind of people they are. However, I'm different. I've seen them and personally felt how powerful they are. I know that if this matter continues, it will be even more difficult to stop in the end. The wisest thing to do is to stop it now. He paused and looked at them, then said in a deep voice, it's true that there are times when people fight for revenge, but there are times when they have to swallow their anger, even if it doesn't go well. Moreover, we all know how this matter developed to this point and how Senior Brethren died. Hearing this, no one spoke. Some were silent, some were frowning, some were deep in thought, and some stared at Duan Yunhe and asked curiously, there's something I don't understand, but I don't know if it's appropriate to ask. Seeing that the Peak Master was looking at him, Duan Yunhe said, Peak Master Feng, please ask. I don't understand why Peak Masterin died and the cultivation of more than 10 disciples were crippled, but only your arm was broken. Moreover, according to what you said, they didn't attack you first, but you blocked an attack for Peak Masterin when you tried to save him. However, why was that? Why did they let you go out of all of them? Not to mention the people in the hall. Even Duan Yunhe was stunned when he heard this. However, he didn't think too much about it, and only said, at that time, I also thought that they would attack me, but they let me go and only asked me to bring a message back. I think it was because they wanted me to bring a message back to the sect. Although he said this, he didn't think too much about it before, but now that Peak Master Feng mentioned it, he felt that it was a little strange. If it was really just to bring a message back, why did it have to be him? Moreover, other than the injury caused by blocking the attack with his arm, he didn't have any other injuries. Those people didn't hurt him from the beginning, so why was that? Seeing that everyone in the hall was staring at Duan Yunhe and sizing him up, as if they were trying to guess whether he was related to those people, the sect master at the main seat laughed. He looked at Duan Yunhe and asked, "Yunhe, even you don't understand?" Duan Yunhe looked to the sect master and shook his head. "Sect master, I didn't know them before this, nor have I seen them before." "Yes, I know." The sect master nodded his head and stroked his beard with a smile on his face. It seemed that he had been smiling ever since a while ago. It was as if the death of Peak Master Run and the crippling of the cultivation of his disciples meant nothing to him. "Does the Grand Elder know?" The Grand Elder looked at the Grand Elder and asked. The sect master stroked his beard and said, "I know. Furthermore, I already have an idea on how to deal with this matter." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Then they all looked at him and asked, "Headmaster, how should we deal with this? Let's drop this matter." As the sect master spoke, his wise eyes swept across everyone's faces. No one is allowed to find trouble with them. Chapter 3700. The sect master stroked his beard and swept his wise and far-sighted gaze across the crowd's faces. Finally, he spoke neither hurriedly nor slowly. "Why do you think that Peak Master Run is dead and more than 10 disciples of the sect have had their cultivation crippled, but Yunhe managed to return alive?" "Of course, he came back to deliver a message," Sun Feng said without thinking. "Huh." The sect master chuckled and shook his head. "If you listen carefully to Yunhe's story, you'll know the reason." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Some of them fell into deep thought, while others frowned. After a long while, the Grand Elder said, "Sect Master, are you trying to say that Yunhe was able to return alive and preserve his cultivation base because he didn't have any designs on the violet gold spirit deer and even persuaded Peak Master Rin?" The sect master stroked his beard and nodded. "That's right. From this incident, it can be seen that the woman in red is a person who clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. Their cultivation base is obviously higher than Yunhe and Peak Master Ren's. If they were outside the inn, it's impossible for the people inside not to know. Moreover, Yunhe also said that he had been trying to stop the two parties from fighting. From the beginning until the end, he didn't want to become enemies with those people. Those people also understood this, so they didn't make a move on him." The sect master paused for a moment before he continued. "Otherwise, with their strength, they could easily kill more than a dozen disciples. They crippled more than a dozen disciples' cultivation bases, but spared their lives. This is enough to see what kind of people they are." Ever since Duan Yunhe had returned and brought up the matter, the sect master had been thinking about it carefully. In the end, from various signs, he could see that the woman in red was a person who clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. When they fought, they had the upper hand, but when they stopped, it was clear that they had a graceful demeanor. If Peak Master Rin did not hurt her people, they would not have been so ruthless. After Peak Master Rin hurt her people, her method of dealing with the matter was also swift and decisive. Her actions were enough to shock everyone. From this, it could be seen that the woman in red was not an ordinary person. However, she was not a vicious person either. Instead, she was a person who clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. Since they dared to let Yunhe bring back such words, it was enough to prove that they were not afraid of the High Firmament Celestial Sect. After all, they were strong enough to fight against the High Firmament Celestial Sect. Since that was the case, why should he hold on to this matter and create such a strong enemy for the High Firmament Celestial Sect? Everyone in the hall remained silent as they listened to the sect leader's words. On the other hand, Duan Yunhe was slightly startled. He never thought that he would be able to return alive because of this. Even if they are people who clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred, they still killed Peak Leader Run and crippled the cultivation bases of more than 10 sect disciples. Are we just going to let this matter rest? Peak Leader's son asked in a low voice, his fists clenched. He felt that this answer was not satisfactory at all. The sect master glanced at him and said, "Did I not make myself clear? Peak Master son, this matter ends here. Also, Yinhe will go and explain the situation to Peak Master Ren's family. Yinhe, the sect master, looked at him. Here, Duan Yunhe replied. Chapter 3701. Upon hearing this, Duan Yunhe replied, yes. The sect master waved his hand and gestured for everyone to leave. Also, send a dozen or so disciples back to their clans and inform them of what happened. Let's drop this matter and disperse. Duan Yunhe summoned a disciple and asked him to bring his senior brother back to clean him up. He had to bandage his severed arm and report this matter to his master, who was in seclusion. After everyone left, the sect master stood up with his hands behind his back and walked to the back of the hall. In his heart, he was a little curious about the red-clothed woman and her group. However, he knew that if they were extraordinary people, it would not take long for news of them to spread across the continent. Peak Master's son, who had walked out of the hall, had his hands behind his back and was fuming. As one of the 4 major celestial sects, they had suppressed this matter just like that. He was filled with anger because of how they handled this matter. Peak Master's son? Peak Master's son? An elder called out to him several times, but he did not respond. Thus, he went up to him and called out again, Peak Master's son? Are you still thinking about what happened just now? Peak Master's son came back to his senses and saw that it was the 3rd elder. He said, I didn't expect the sect master to handle it this way. You don't have to think too much about it. The sect master's words are reasonable. In the end, Peak Master Ren was in the wrong. Let's just let it go. A Peak Master walked over and shook his head with a sigh. It's just a pity about the 2 purple gold spirit deer. According to Yunhe, those were 2 mature purple gold spirit deer. You have to know that every part of a purple gold spirit deer is a treasure. It's difficult to find even one in the other sections. I didn't expect those people to have 2 of them. Moreover, they used them to pull the carriage. What a waste of God's gifts. Old He, you're in charge of the sect's medicine peak. What kind of medicine can't you get? Don't worry about the 2 purple gold spirit deer. Look, because of those purple gold spirit deer, Peak Master Ren and the others lost their lives. Isn't that enough warning? They talked as they walked. In the end, all of them shook their heads and left without saying anything else. Only Peak Master's son, after leaving, was slightly moved. He went to the disciples whose cultivations had been destroyed. Due to Du Fan's serious injuries, Feng Jiao and the others' journey was slowed down. They stayed in the small town for 2 days to help Du Fan's recovery. That palm strike had injured the heart meridian. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. However, because Du Fan had a good foundation and Feng Jiao was here, his injuries were gradually recovering. Du Fan, when he Feng Jiao fan, his fan. Master, Du Fan's hand is moving. Luo Yu quickly walked to Feng Jiao and told her the good news. Feng Jiao smiled. He's been unconscious for 2 or 3 days. It's time for him to wake up, she said. She went next door with Luo Yu. Master, I just checked Du Fan's pulse. His pulse has recovered. Fan Lin smiled. He looked at Feng Jiao, who came in with Luo Yu. That's good. Boil the medicine for him again until he wakes up. As he spoke, Du Fan's mouth moved slightly, and a weak voice came out of his mouth. Chapter 3702. Give him some water, Feng Jiao said, and asked them to give Du Fan some water. She helped him feel his pulse again. She felt that his pulse was beating under her fingertips. She revealed a smile and said to Qin Xan, boil some porridge and give it to him later. He should wake up soon. Okay, Qin Xan replied and turned to walk out. After Fan Lin fed him some water and saw that he had fallen asleep again, he said to Feng Jiao, Master, I'll take care of things here. You should go back and rest. It's fine, Feng Jiao said. She came to the table and wrote another prescription. She handed it to Fan Lin and said, tomorrow, we'll use this prescription to boil the medicine. Okay. Fan Lin took the prescription and put it away. In the middle of the night, just as Feng Jiao expected, Du Fan really woke up. Although it was the middle of the night, everyone was happy because he woke up. The inn was bustling with activity. Du Fan, it's good that you woke up. You really scared us to death. Fortunately, Master is here. Otherwise, no one can save your life. Next time, you have to be more careful. Don't let others take advantage of you. Luo Yu muttered at the side and said, Master said you would wake up. He asked Chin Xin to boil some porridge and keep it warm. You can eat some now that you've woken up. Fan Lin saw that he was muttering at the side and said, Okay, he just woke up. Let him drink some water and eat some porridge. Also, let him drink another bowl of medicine. Du Fan, let me tell you, that villain that injured you from behind is already dead, and the cultivations of all the disciples of those sects have been crippled. Your enmity can be considered to have been avenged. As Wei Feng spoke, he passed a cup of water to Fan Lin and asked him to feed it to Du Fan. You're so seriously injured this time. It really scared us. You said that you've survived so many dangers and tribulations in the past. If you really died under that palm, it would really be an injustice. What do you mean by dying? Isn't he still alive and well? All right, let's not talk about it anymore. The air is not good with so many people crowded here. Let's all go out. Fan Lin began to chase them out, but let them go back to their rooms to rest. Du Fan, who had just woken up, saw everyone talking and laughing. Seeing them all crowded in the room to look at him, he couldn't help but smile. He said to them, I've made you all worry. Because his body had just recovered, his strength was still weak, and his voice sounded weak. Okay, we'll go out first, Luo Yu and the others said, and went out first, leaving Fan Lin, Chin Xin, and Bai Qingxing in the room. At this time, Feng Jiu walked in from outside. Seeing her, everyone was slightly surprised. Master, you haven't slept yet? Feng Jiu glanced at them and said, You know it's late at night? It's even noisier than the market. Who can sleep here? She walked inside and said, All right, you all don't have to stand here. Go back to your rooms. Everyone grinned, and only then did they reply and go back to their rooms. Feng Jiu came to the bedside. Seeing that Du Fan was awake, she said, Recuperate well. Recuperating is the most important thing. Thank you, Master. I've troubled you. Du Fan said and looked at his master who came to the bedside. Chapter 3703. Okay, I got it. Fan Lin agreed and discussed the medicine with her. After sitting for a while, Feng Jiu went back to his room to rest. Du Fan's recuperation lasted for half a month. Early in the morning, everyone was ready to leave the town they had lived in for more than half a month. What surprised the people of the small town was that in this half a month, the immortal sect didn't send anyone to deal with them. It was as if nothing had happened. This surprised the people of the small town, as well as some of the rogue cultivators who settled down here. As one of the 4 great immortal sects, the High Firmament Immortal Sect lost a peak master and more than a dozen disciples. But in the end, this matter was suppressed. From this, it could be seen that the strength of these people was very strong. Even the immortal sect was very afraid of them. However, after the purple gold spirit deer carriage slowly left the town, Feng Jiu and the others who were going to the next town were watched on a mountain road. Look, aren't those 2 purple gold spirit deers? It said that the purple gold spirit deer's body is full of treasures. The deer's blood is also a detoxification elixir. I thought the news was wrong, but I didn't expect there to be purple gold spirit deer coming here. Big brother, the news of the purple gold spirit deer has spread. I think even if we get it, I'm afraid we can't keep it. A man said and wanted to retreat. So what? After we get it, we can quickly make a move. Then we can make a profit. Such a good thing just happened to happen to us. You see, other people can't even find the purple gold spirit deer. The one-eyed man in the lead said. He held a saber in his hand and stared at Lung Hua, who was driving the spirit deer carriage, and Du Fan, who was sitting outside. But, big brother, these people look very strong. I'm worried. Old 6. Even if you do it 10 times, I don't think you'll be strong enough. But if you don't want to do it, just say it. Anyway, we'll get a lot, so don't be jealous. When the man heard this, he quickly said, I'll do it. How can I not do it? Big brother, I'll do it. Oh, do it? What are you doing? A voice suddenly sounded in their ears. For a moment, no one could react, especially the few people who were talking. They even followed the person's words. Of course, it's the 2 purple gold spirit deers. Oh, it's just that you guys don't seem to be qualified. Hearing this, those people were startled. They abruptly turned around and saw a man sitting on a tree branch with his arms crossed over his chest. He was staring at them with a smile that was not a smile. You you're the person beside the spirit deer carriage? Why are we here all of a sudden?" One of them was stunned and somewhat puzzled. Wei Feng revealed a smile and stretched out his hand to break off a branch. The branch still had leaves on it, and he leaped down from it and attacked the group of people below without warning. "Of course I'm here to deal with you." As soon as his voice fell, a blood-curdling scream followed. Swish! Ah! Hiss! Ah! The numerous cries of surprise and shrill cries shocked the birds on the surrounding trees and branches to the point they flew away. The speed at which Wei Feng attacked was extremely swift, and the branches in his hand that carried leaves swished down onto the bodies of those people. Chapter 3704. The smell of blood suffused the air as those people fell down one by one. Yet they didn't die and only ceaselessly howled with grief. "Where did all of you find out about the violet gold spirit deer?" Wei Feng's voice sounded out from his mouth as he held the branch in his hand and pressed it against the one-eyed man's throat. The branch wasn't sharp, yet it caused the one-eyed man to not dare breathe loudly. "Spare my life, hero, spare my life. Speak." Wei Feng shouted as the branch in his hand pierced forward slightly, causing a trace of blood to seep out from the man's throat, and it shocked the man to the point his face went pale. Someone spread the news that an extremely rare violet gold spirit deer has appeared in this small town, and many cultivators know about it. Moreover, someone issued a mercenary mission and is already rushing over here. There's. The one-eyed man gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said, "There's also the portraits of all of you that have been pasted on the bounty board. Someone wants to buy your lives." That Wei Feng's gaze flickered when he heard this. "Our portraits have been pasted on the bounty board? Someone wants to buy our lives? Haha, who's so daring? This, I don't know. I really don't know." The one-eyed man hurriedly said. Wei Feng glanced at those people on the ground and only grunted coldly. "If I encounter all of you again, then be careful of your little lives. Fuck off." As soon as he finished speaking, he withdrew the branch in his hand and struck the one-eyed man's stomach, causing him to be directly blasted a few meters away. Those people didn't dare say anything, and all of them disregarded the injuries on their bodies as they supported each other, stood up, and swiftly left in panic. After they left, Wei Feng headed towards the spirit deer carriage and arrived at the side of the carriage before he said, "Master, someone wants to buy our lives. Our appearances have been drawn and pasted on the bounty board. Now that the news about the violet gold spirit deer has already been spread, the journey probably won't be peaceful." Within the spirit deer carriage, the corners of Fengjiu's mouth curled up slightly when he heard this. "Oh, want to buy our lives? That's interesting." The people in the surroundings couldn't help but look at each other and smile when they heard this. Buy our lives? Heh, this person's courage was not ordinary. They were curious as to who actually dared to buy their lives. "Master, could it be that the people from the High Firmament Celestial Sect released the news? They're the only ones who have seen us." Lung Hua pondered as he drove the spirit deer carriage. It seemed like there was no one else other than the people from the High Firmament Celestial Sect. Fengjiu took a sip of tea and said, "If it's the people from the High Firmament Celestial Sect, it wouldn't have been so peaceful for the past half a month. However, it doesn't make sense if it has nothing to do with the High Firmament Celestial Sect." "Master, you mean to say that the sect leader of the High Firmament Celestial Sect should have suppressed this matter, but there are still people below who are playing tricks?" "Yes," Feng Jiu responded. "I'm guessing that it should be those disciples whose cultivation was crippled. If their sect masters wanted to pursue the matter, they wouldn't have come alone during this period of time. So, it's obvious that their immortal sect suppressed this matter, and the only ones who suffered losses in this matter are those disciples whose cultivation was crippled. If it's really like this, then I really had to kill them directly at that time." Wei Feng's eyes narrowed as a wisp of killing intent flashed within them. Chapter 3705. His casual words revealed a sense of confidence and leisure. Clearly, he did not take this matter seriously. That's right, who were they? They were all people who had experienced the tribulation of 1,000 creations. Their current cultivation was definitely not something an ordinary person could compare with. How could they take this matter seriously? They quickly tossed this matter to the back of their minds and continued to move forward, preparing to find a suitable place to stay. In the evening, the spirit deer carriage slowly moved along the mountain road. Today, they would probably have to spend the night here. Therefore, while the sky was not dark yet, they discussed and stopped to rest. Fengjiu did not get down from the spirit deer carriage. Instead, he rested in the carriage. In the carriage, Lung Shuang and Qin Xian served him on his left and right. Outside the carriage, Lung Hua, Du Fan, and Bai Qingsheng were also guarding. Just make a fire. We still have food in our space. Use the spirit rice to cook some porridge for Master. That's easy. You guys rest here for a while. We'll go prepare. As Wei Feng spoke, he and Gu Mo walked towards the forest at the side. Bai Qingsheng got down from the carriage to help. She mainly cooked some porridge. The food for the others was fine. The dry rations in the space could be easily solved. Everyone was busy. As the sky gradually darkened, the fragrance of the porridge spread. She scooped a bowl and carried it into the spirit deer carriage for Fengjiu. The others sat around the fire and chatted. Suddenly, the smile on Luo Yu's face disappeared. His gaze swept towards a certain direction. In that direction, a sharp arrow shot out and shot towards the two spirit deer carriages. Whoosh! In that instant, a figure flashed out and grabbed the arrow that was shot towards the spirit deer. At the same time, he raised his hand and shot the arrow back towards the forest. At the same time that a scream was heard, a furious roar was also heard. Attack! Release the arrows. As soon as the voice fell, countless sharp arrows whizzed towards them. At that moment, everyone jumped up. They protected the spirit deer carriage and formed a protective barrier with their spiritual aura. They blocked all the arrows that were shot at them. With a raise of their hand, the arrows shot back in the direction they came from. Whoosh! Audible shrill cries and the smell of blood filled the air in the small forest. Countless arrows were shot back at a speed that was too fast for the ears to cover. As for the battle outside, Fengjiu was calmly eating the spirit rice porridge in the carriage. He was neither frightened nor flustered, as if the outside of the carriage was completely calm. After drinking a bowl of porridge, Song Yinxian told Qin Xian, "Go and get Du Fan a bowl of porridge. He has just recovered, so he doesn't need to eat those dry foods. He will feel better after drinking a bowl of porridge." "Okay," Qin Xian answered and went out with the bowl. "Master, do you want to lie down and sleep?" Lung Shuang asked. Fengjiu responded lazily and laid down on the couch. He covered himself with a blanket and closed his eyes to sleep. Seeing this, Lung Shuang raised his hand and formed a soundproof boundary to isolate all the sounds outside, so as not to disturb Song Yinxuan's rest. After doing this, Song Yinxian sat quietly on the side. Outside, Luo Yu and the others cleaned up the corpses and sat back by the fire to chat. It was not until the next morning that they continued to move forward. Chapter 3706. Just as the first group of people had said, their journey was not peaceful. Along the way, other than ambushers, there were also some mercenaries and rogue cultivators who attacked them. Groups of people caught up with them one after another, which really made them a little annoyed. However, now that they were in the city, it was expected that those who wanted to make a move would have some fear. Moreover, in a place like this, if anyone really made a move, they were prepared to make an example of them and let those people know their methods. After sitting in the carriage for a few days, Master, after entering the city, let's find an inn to have a good rest, Luo Yu said with a smile, looking ahead and talking to Fengjiu in the spirit deer carriage. Well, it's okay to rest here for a day or two before leaving, Fengjiu said, lifting the curtain and looking out. The purple gold spirit deer carriage was extremely dazzling. Even people who didn't know the purple gold spirit deer carriage couldn't help but look at the two spirit deer carriages a little more. When they saw the outstanding men beside the spirit deer carriage, some people's eyes flashed, some people's eyes showed appreciation, some people looked at them with surprise, and most people looked at them with a bit of a strange look. However, their outstanding appearance and temperament had attracted people's attention for a day or two, so they didn't pay much attention to it. After entering the city gate, they wanted to find someone to ask about the inn in the city, who knew that before they could speak, everyone avoided them like tigers and scorpions. "I'm ugly, or very scary?" Why do they all retreat when they see me? Luo Yu touched his face, which he thought was handsome, and looked depressed. Those people looked at them as if they were some kind of plague, and they were all afraid to avoid them. Forget it. Let's go look for them. Lung Hua said, looking at the common people and cultivators on the street, and felt strange in his heart. Even if their portraits were posted on the bounty list, the common people didn't have to be so afraid of them, right? Because no one answered when they asked for directions, they finally found an inn to stay in. After booking a room, Feng Jiao and the spirit deer carriage slowly walked into the inn. However, not long after Feng Jiao went upstairs and entered the room, there was a faint vibration in the street. Hurry up, swish. The woman's voice was a little rough, and it was different from the usual gentle voice of a woman. It made people guess that this woman might be very strong and ugly even without seeing her face. Accompanying the woman's voice was the sharp sound of a whip being lashed out. It was as if the whip had landed on something, and the sound was very loud and clear. Grey Wolf, who was walking at the back, looked back and saw a strong woman riding a huge, ferocious beast not far away. The black whip in her hand was forcefully lashing the ferocious beast she was riding. Her clothes were strange, and it could be said that the areas of her body that were exposed were far more than what was covered by the cloth. Moreover, she had a sturdy figure, and her skin was an ancient color. Her originally strong body made her chest look very plump. However, Huilang still couldn't figure out the thing that covered her chest with two iron covers. What exactly was that thing for? Chapter 3707. Capture that handsome black, clothed man for me. Huilang's footsteps stopped. He turned around to take a look and saw the robust woman's eyes that were suffused with an excited glow staring fixedly at him. Moreover, he seemed to be the only person in black clothes in the surroundings. Moreover, it wasn't that he was narcissistic, but he was indeed the most handsome amongst the people in the surroundings. But capture him? Just as he was thinking, he saw a few masked and armored guards stretch out their hands towards him, wanting to capture him without saying a word. When he saw them, his figure flashed, and he turned his body to the side and sent a flying kick, sending those people flying. Bang! 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 Those armored guards were kicked flying and fell to the ground one by one. They couldn't help but let out a muffled groan and couldn't stand up for a long time. But unexpectedly, the robust woman's eyes lit up when she saw this scene. This is a real man. Charge! You must capture him. The robust woman waved her large hand, and over 10 armored guards surged out from the shadows and moved forward. Didn't you say there were more? Why is there only one? The robust woman asked, where her small eyes descended onto the person beside her. The whip in her hand was raised and lashed out. Whoosh! Slap! Where are the others? Didn't you say there were more? Or did you lie to me? The robust woman shouted angrily. When the whip in her hand was about to lash out again, that person hurriedly knelt down. No, no, no. There really are more. I saw them enter the city with my own eyes. They should have entered the inn to rest. Hearing these words, the robust woman's eyes lit up, and she stared into the inn. Is that so? I want to go in and take a look. She flipped over and got down from the assailant's body. Her face carried a covetous expression as she walked step by step into the inn. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped into the inn, that robust figure was heavily kicked flying by a foot, and her entire body was sent flying. Bang! A cry of pain sounded out, and the sound of someone heavily landing on the ground caused the ground to tremble slightly. Wei Feng walked out from inside and flicked his sleeve. He didn't even glance at the woman who was kicked flying and said to Huilang, "Why are they fighting again? Who are these people?" "I don't know, but I think it's because of my beauty," Huilang said with a straight face. Wei Feng was stunned when he heard this, and then he roared with laughter. "Because of your beauty? Huilang, do you have any beauty to speak of?" Huilang rolled his eyes as he condensed strength in his palm and pushed out, causing all the guards that pounced over to be blasted flying. At the same time, he couldn't help but stare wide open when he saw the robust woman that had crawled up from the ground and actually pounced towards Wei Feng, and he shouted out. Wei Feng that as soon as these words were spoken, Wei Feng swiftly retreated, Yet the robust woman strode forward like an arrow, and she directly pounced forward to push Wei Feng to the ground. Bang! Yes! Wei Feng's body heavily smashed onto the ground as he let out a muffled groan, and his face instantly flushed red. It was as if a breath of air was stuck in his throat, and it didn't come up for a long time. How are you? How are you? When the robust woman saw Wei Feng's appearance, her eyes emitted stars, and she pressed her entire body onto his without moving down. She even tightly wrapped her arms around his neck and was about to kiss him. Fuck off. Chapter 3708. Miss, isn't it not good for you to be so wild? A voice that carried a smile sounded out, causing the robust woman to be unable to help but be stunned, and she raised her head to look at the person that spoke. She couldn't help but be stunned with this glance. The man wore a low-profile and luxurious robe, had a handsome and gentle appearance, and the smile on his face was like a spring breeze. He held a fan in his hand as he lightly fanned himself, and he carried the appearance of an elegant and noble young master, causing her to be dumbstruck. Fuck off. Wei Feng seized this opportunity to push the woman away before swiftly standing up, and then he patted his robe with disgust as he glanced angrily at the robust woman that seemed to be smitten with him. Young master, I'm Tai Ruhua. Greetings. The robust woman put on the appearance of a shy young woman as she half-squatted and bowed to Du Fan. Her voice was extremely soft, yet it caused goosebumps to appear on the skin of others because of the hoarseness of her voice. The corners of Du Fan's mouth twitched as he used the fan in his hand to partially cover his mouth, and then he smiled and glanced at Wei Feng before he said to the woman, "So it's Miss Tai. May I know how this brother of mine offended Miss?" Offended? No. But I want to invite him. No. Invite these young masters to stay in my estate for a short period of time. As the woman spoke, her gaze that was suffused with an excited glow occasionally descended onto Du Fan before descending onto the nearby Wei Feng. If you want a man, then why don't you go directly to the tavern? You want us. Are you even worthy? Wei Feng laughed with ridicule, and he didn't conceal the disdain and detest on his face in the slightest. The robust woman's expression instantly went grim when she heard this, and she stared at Luo Yu as she revealed a strange smile. Once you enter this city, there aren't many that can escape from my grasp, not to mention all of your people that are on the bounty board. Huh? Do all of you think you can still leave? As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand, and a group of armored guards surged in from outside and heavily surrounded the tavern. Unrelated people, fuck off. When the people in the inn heard this, they didn't dare to stay for long. They quickly left the inn and watched from afar. Du Fan looked at the burly woman in front of him and gently waved the fan in his hand. Miss, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if my brothers fight, you won't be a match for them even if you have several times more people. I'll say it again. If you know what's good for you, follow me obediently. Otherwise, it'll be ugly if you're dragged along. The young woman stared at Wei Feng with an infatuated appearance as she said, "If such a handsome face is injured, my heart will ache greatly." You're courting death. Wei Feng's face sank. As soon as he finished speaking, the sharp sword in his hand flashed, and as his figure flashed out, a sword chi that was suffused with a cold glow assaulted the woman. Swish! Seeing the sword coming, the woman was not afraid. Her eyes were only filled with excitement. She quickly retreated. Her agility was beyond their expectations. Swish! The sword chi tore through the ground and left behind a mark on the ground, whereas the woman had already avoided it and arrived outside to look at Du Fan and the others, and she spoke with a covetous tone. Pretty boys, are all of you coming out? Or is it better if I go in? Chapter 3709. No matter how nimble she is, we can still make her lie on the ground and unable to move. As Wei Feng spoke, the long sword in his hand pressed forward and attacked Tai Ruhua. When Tai Ruhua saw him flying over, she quickly retreated. At the same time, she took out 2 weapons with metal balls from her space. She combined the 2 weapons into one and directly met Wei Feng's attack. At the same time, she quickly counterattacked. Hui Lang and Luo Yu attacked the armored guards around them. The two of them were like Azura's harvesting lives. Everywhere they passed, corpses fell to the ground. The smell of fresh blood assailed their noses and filled the air. The bloody scene caused the surrounding people to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. They actually directly killed those armored guards. Those are the city lord's guards. They don't want to live anymore. Now that they've been targeted by Tai Ruhua, they won't be able to live even if they want to. Don't even mention being targeted by Tai Ruhua. They're people on the bounty list. I reckon that everyone wants to test their strength. I just didn't expect that these people would be so strong. Looking at the shadows of the swords flying through the air, the scene of slaughter was like hell. It caused people to involuntarily shiver. Fengjiu, who was in the inn, frowned slightly when he heard the commotion outside. Noticing his master's displeasure, Leng Hua said, "Master, you should rest in a room first." Leng Hua indicated to Qin Xian and Bai Qingsheng, telling them to leave as well. Only his sister stayed in the room to guard. After leaving, they set up a soundproof barrier to prevent the sound from coming in. "Do you want us to go out and take a look?" Bai Qingsheng asked as she looked at the inn outside. "You two stay here and guard it. I think that it should be finished very quickly," Leng Hua said, and told the two of them to guard outside the room. Only then did he walk downstairs. At this time, he saw a few people walk out from another room. "Leng Hua, you just need to protect Master. Leave the rest to us," Qi Kang walked out and said to Leng Hua. Then, he walked out with several people beside him. This time, other than the 8 leaders of the Phoenix Guards, the Master only brought Leng Shuang, Leng Hua, Bai Qingsheng, Qin Xian, Du Fan, and Hui Lang. Although there were only a dozen people, it was more than enough to protect the Master, not to mention dealing with the people outside. Outside, the more Tai Ruhua fought, the more sweat beaded on her forehead. Seeing that all the people she had brought had been killed, and the other men were calmly leaning against the inn and watching, her face couldn't help but turn pale. Didn't they say that they were just people of unknown origins? How could each and every one of them be so powerful? If it weren't for her innate divine strength, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Even so, the murderous intent of the other party's attacks made her heart turn cold. Even the initial trace of lust disappeared without a trace. At this time, she was only thinking about how to survive. However, at this moment, the sharp sword in the man's hand suddenly flashed out a sword flower, aiming directly at her face. She cried out in a low voice, "Ah!" She staggered backward. At that moment, she felt the aura of death enveloping her. But at that moment, a powerful force attacked her, dissipating the man's attack. Whoosh! Chapter 3710. Big Brother. Tai Ruhua couldn't help but pounce forward happily when she saw the middle-aged man. "Big Brother, it's good that you've come. Big Brother, capture all of them. I'll take all of those men." The 4 old men glanced at each other when they heard this, and then they shook their heads and sighed silently. The city governor has no choice but to have such a younger sister. The middle-aged man had his hands behind his back, and his expression went cold as he looked at the corpses of the armored guards on the ground. He looked at Wei Feng and the others before him, and said with a low voice, "All of you have the audacity to commit such a slaughter in our city and disregard the rules of our city as nothing." "City rules?" Du Fan walked out slowly and smiled as he looked at the middle-aged man. "So there are rules in this city? Forgive us for not knowing since we've just arrived, but we're only acting in self-defense." "Audacious! Quickly greet the city governor," an old man shouted, and at the same time that his fierce gaze swept out, a formidable pressure assaulted towards Du Fan. Du Fan's body hadn't recovered completely, so he was unable to endure the pressure. Wei Feng, who stood before him, blocked it right away, and then he raised the sword in his hand and attacked the middle-aged man. "City rules? Let's properly experience what sort of city rules are." A sword strike that contained killing intent struck out swiftly, and it pressed down on the middle-aged man's vital point. The middle-aged man hadn't even made a move when the 2 old men at the side had already attacked him. 2 against 1? Wouldn't that be allowing all of you to take advantage of me? Luo Yu laughed with ridicule, and then he leaped out to join the battle right away. As soon as he attacked, he didn't hold back in the slightest. In a swift and fierce, sword chi shot out and killed the old man with a single strike. Its speed was so swift that those people were unable to react in time. A shrill cry resounded out as a strand of blood sprayed out, and then a corpse fell to the ground along with it. When they saw the old man fall and was killed with a single strike, the hearts of the other 3 people and the middle-aged man shook abruptly. They gasped with disbelief as they staggered back, and they stared their eyes wide open as they looked at the man that held a sword in his hand. That sword strike and that pressure shook them to the point they were unable to speak, and they only knew that enormous waves surged within their hearts, causing them to be unable to calm down for a long time. You guys out at this moment, they finally reacted, and they finally knew fear. Because just a single strike of the sword had allowed them to realize that their opponent's strengths far surpassed them. Moreover, at this moment, the others who didn't emanate powerful auras had actually released their auras as well. Only at this moment did they realize that these people hadn't revealed their full strength since the beginning. You actually killed the 3rd elder. Tairuhua cried out in surprise. She sucked in a breath of cold air and grabbed her brother's sleeve tightly. Brother, arrest them. Arrest him. Shut up. The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly as he shouted angrily. He reached out and pushed her away. He stared at Luo Yu and the others and asked with a grave expression, "Who the hell are you people? Someone who can take your life." Luo Yu coldly snorted and bluntly said. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed the sword in his hand at the middle-aged man and quickly moved forward. Chapter 37:11. Luo Yu, watch out, Du Fan shouted, and at the same time, he quickly retreated, only to see a silver net attack from top to bottom, enveloping Luo Yu with a speed that was too fast for him to cover his ears. When Luo Yu brandished his sword to slash, he only heard a series of metallic clanging sounds. When the silver net fell, it quickly tightened and trapped Luo Yu inside. At this moment, Du Fan saw a flash of killing intent in the middle-aged man's eyes. He saw the man move his hand, and a scimitar appeared in his hand. He fiercely stabbed at Luo Yu, who was trapped in the silver net. Bang! Chi Kong rushed out and kicked the scimitar out of the middle-aged man's hand. At the same time, he struck out with his palm and sent the middle-aged man flying. He crashed heavily on the ground. Governor, brother! The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. He tried to stand up by supporting himself on the ground, but in the end he fell back again, until the 2 old men helped him up. Brother, are you all right? The woman shouted anxiously, but she didn't know where her brother was injured. She couldn't help but walk around in circles anxiously. However, before she could help him up, a cold sword was already pressed against her brother's throat. Young master, please spare my life. The old man beside her hurriedly begged for mercy and didn't dare to attack again. He looked at the man who was pointing at their governor and hurriedly said, "He is our governor. If he dies, the city will definitely be in chaos. Young master, please show mercy." However, Luo Yu coldly smiled in the face of the begging. What does the chaos in your city have to do with us? Today, not only will he die, even you will die. As soon as he finished speaking, the sharp sword in his hand pierced through the city lord's throat. Blood oozed out, and the city lord couldn't even scream. He only let out a muffled groan. His eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe that they had killed him just like that. Brother, Tairuhua cried out in alarm. She looked at her brother who was killed and gritted her teeth. Tairuhua, will definitely kill you. She shouted, and the weapon in her hand struck out. The heavy metal ball flew out at an extremely fast speed. Luo Yu dodged to the side, no longer concealing his strength. The sharp sword in his hand moved, the tip of the sword raised, and the cold sword instantly slit her throat. Yes, a muffled groan sounded out as Tairuhua's entire body fell to the ground. Even at the moment of death, her eyes were still open wide, as if she didn't dare believe that she'd been killed just like that. Luo Yu didn't show any mercy. Looking at the old man who was about to turn and flee, His ruthless and bloodthirsty nature kicked in, and he finished off the old man as well. Luo Yu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the blood-soaked ground and the surrounding people who were watching the scene with stiff bodies. He coldly swept his gaze across the surroundings, and a voice that was filled with pressure spread out at this moment. We have never been merciful to our enemies. Anyone who wants to be our enemy should be prepared to be killed. His voice was simple and straightforward, causing the unaffiliated cultivators, who had initially had some thoughts, to give up on them. Even the governor of this city had been instantly killed, so how could they be far away? They believed that if they really did make a move, they would probably become a corpse on the ground in the next moment, just like the governor and the others. Chapter 37:12. The Castellan had been killed, but no one in the city dared to do anything. Even some of the clans in the city discussed it and felt that they should pay a visit to those people. Feng Jiu didn't care about this matter and left it to his subordinates to deal with it. Now, other than nurturing the fetus, she was recuperating and cultivating. At the same time, she was taking care of Xianyuan Mo's in the space and reading some books and materials. She knew that if she wanted to wake Xianyuan Mo's up, she had to find the ancient golden lotus. Her green lotus could restrain the black lotus, and she had to research a kind of medicine that could remove the black lotus energy. However, she couldn't do any of these three things now, but she wouldn't give up. In the space, she helped Xianyuan Mo's move his muscles and bones while talking to him. She accompanied him in the space for a while before going to the side to cultivate. The next morning, the clans in the city came together. This wasn't a big city, and the clans in the city were only third-rate clans compared to the clans in other places. However, now that the Castellan had been killed, these small clans and forces in the city were ready to make a move. They wanted to pay a visit to those people and find out what kind of people they were. Secondly, they wanted to stabilize the situation in the city. Du Fan and the others were eating breakfast on the first floor when they saw 4 or 5 people outside the inn looking inside. They signaled to the waiter, and the waiter went outside. Not long after, he came back to report to them. Young master, the people outside are the clan heads of some clans in the city. They want to pay you a visit. Hearing this, Luo Yu and the others looked at each other and then looked at Du Fan. Do you want to meet them? Du Fan smiled and gently fanned himself with the fan in his hand. There's no harm in meeting them. Thus, the waiter went outside to invite them in. Luo Yu and the others weren't interested in meeting the head of a third-rate family. They got up and prepared to go to the courtyard behind the inn to practice some martial arts to loosen up their muscles. Only Qi Kong stayed behind to accompany Du Fan to meet those people. After all, Du Fan's body hadn't fully recovered yet. Qin Xin went to study medicine with Fan Lin. Only Leng Hua was guarding the door of Feng Jiu's room upstairs. Bai Qingsheng came out of the back kitchen with breakfast in her hands and went upstairs. When she saw those people come in, she just glanced at them and went upstairs. The 4 or 5 patriarchs walked in without bringing anyone else with them. When they saw the beautiful woman in white, they couldn't help but be stunned. They took another look at her until she went upstairs. Then, they bowed to the 2 men who were sitting there. Greetings, young masters. They cupped their hands and said. At the same time, their attention fell on the 2 men, secretly sizing them up. They couldn't help but be on full alert. No wonder the city lord's sister, Tai Ruhua, liked them. Not to mention the people who left earlier, just the 2 men sitting here were equally outstanding, but their temperaments were completely different. Speak. What do you want from us? Du Fan fanned himself with the fan in his hand and asked slowly. There was a smile on his face, which made people who didn't know him feel that he didn't look so scary. Instead, he looked quite approachable. Chapter 37:13. Hearing this, Qi Kong and Du Fan looked at each other. The former didn't say anything, while the latter smiled. Oh, you know? Yes. As they spoke, they took out a piece of paper with the names of the people and their clans and handed it over. It's these clans. As for the reason, we don't know. Du Fan and Qi Kong weren't surprised by this. They took the paper and glanced at it. Du Fan asked, "You came here to tell us this. Aren't you afraid that they'll do something to you if they find out? We're not the only ones who know about this. They didn't even try to hide it. Even if we didn't say anything, You young masters would know if you asked around. We came here to tell you this because we want you to know that we don't agree with what the city lord did. Furthermore, the city lord has been killed by you young masters. We want to. What do you want to do? Du Fan asked with a smile. His expression was amiable. Just say it. Seeing that he was so easy to talk to, the anxious hearts of the few people gradually relaxed. They explained the purpose of their visit. We want to choose one of our clans to be the city lord. We hope that the few young masters can lend us a hand. Hearing this, Du Fan's gaze swept past them. His gaze landed on a middle-aged man. You're the strongest among all of you. I think your clan's background is better than theirs. If we were to choose one of you, you have a right to try, but that when the middle-aged man heard that he had the right, he couldn't help but be delighted. However, he paused and couldn't help but ask, Young master, but what? Du Fan smiled and closed the fan in his hand. But I don't know what your character is like. If you have the same character as the previous city lord, then it won't be good. Don't worry, young master. Although this city can't be compared to other big cities, and our clans can't be compared to the clans of other big cities, we won't run amok like those people. Today, we came to visit you because there are other forces eyeing the city lord, so we want to ask for your help. I can assure you, young master, that if I become the city lord, I will not act as recklessly as the previous city lord. The middle-aged man hurriedly promised. Who are the other forces you mentioned? Du Fan asked. Hearing this, they were delighted and hurriedly told them about the other two evil forces in the city. Afterwards, they looked at them expectantly. You guys go back first. If we think you're suitable to be the city lord, we'll help you solve your problems before we leave. If we don't think you're suitable, we won't interfere in this matter. Du Fan gestured for them to leave first. Hearing this, they looked at each other. Although they didn't know what decision they would make, they still left first. After they left, Chi Kong looked at Du Fan and asked, Do you really plan to help them? It can't be considered as helping them, but helping the citizens of this city. Chapter 37:14. Hearing this, Chi Kong revealed a smile. All right, I got it. I'll go find out about their style and conduct. I'll go upstairs and tell Master about this, Du Fan said, and then went upstairs. In the room upstairs, Feng Jiu, who was eating porridge, nodded after hearing Du Fan's words. You've done well. As for those clans, there are records about them here. I want to find a time to give them a shock. One more thing, since Master has decided to take care of the fetus first, after we deal with the affairs of those clans, I think we should keep a low profile and find a place to settle down in the big city for Master to take care of the fetus until the little master is born. What do you think, Master? That's good. Feng Jiu smiled and said, You can arrange this with Lung Hua. Yes, Du Fan replied, and then left. In the evening, after Chi Kong told Du Fan the news he'd found out, Chi Kong took Luo Yu, Gu Mo, and Hui Lang to the two clans that night. They killed the two evil clans overnight, and at the same time took all the wealth they'd accumulated. The two evil clans in the city, which were comparable to those clans, were uprooted overnight, and the news only spread the next morning. The clans who had heard the news were both surprised and happy, and hurriedly went to visit the inn with gifts of thanks. Inside the inn, Thank you for your generosity, young master. They bowed to Du Fan and placed the gifts on the table, saying, This is a small gift of thanks from us. We hope young master won't dislike it. Du Fan glanced at them and said, Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. You don't need to thank us. Just remember, don't use the power in your hands to do evil. Yes, we will definitely keep that in mind. They hurriedly responded. At this time, Feng Jiu came downstairs, followed by Lung Shuang and Qin Xian, followed by Qin Sheng and Lung Hua. Seeing her come down, the people on the first floor greeted her. Master, and let's go, Feng Jiu said, and slowly walked towards the spirit deer carriage outside. The people from the other clans stood to the side and didn't dare to breathe. They just watched the beautiful woman in red get on the spirit deer carriage. The outstanding men followed her left and right. They watched this group of people leave until they couldn't see their figures anymore. Only then did they slowly recover from their shock. Their master is actually a woman, that a clan leader murmured, and he couldn't believe it. Those outstanding men whether in strength or appearance, were dragons among men, actually called the woman in red their master. That woman in red is definitely not an ordinary person. Her aura is very strong, even stronger than those young masters. Among them, the strongest middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, not only was her aura strong, but her appearance was also top-notch. Those outstanding men and beautiful women following her couldn't be compared to her at all. The woman in red was like a blazing sun, emitting a dazzling light, and people didn't dare to look at her directly. There doesn't seem to be a portrait of this woman on the bounty list, a clan leader said. Chapter 37:15. After a long while, someone finally recovered. Now that the two evil forces have been destroyed, we should try our best to take over the city's affairs. After this reminder, the middle-aged man said, yes, let's go. In the future, I'll have to trouble you with the city's affairs. They chatted and laughed as they walked out. They planned to reorganize the city and, at the same time, take over the forces left behind by the previous city lord as soon as possible. On the other side, after Fengjiu and the others left, they slowly continued forward. The city they chose to settle down in was one of the 4 great cities, the Spirit Immortal City. It was said that the Spirit Immortal City was close to the high firmament celestial sect. Most of the people in the city were spirit cultivators and cultivators. It was very difficult for ordinary people to see a single one. It could be said that people without cultivation couldn't enter or go in. As one of the 4 great cities, the Spirit Immortal City was rich in resources and had a large population. There were 4 city lords in the city, and they were in charge of the north, south, east, and west. Because they lived in the Spirit Immortal City, even ordinary cultivators in the city felt superior when they walked out. This was because to be able to live and work in the Spirit Immortal City, other than cultivation, they also had money. The things in the Spirit Immortal City were definitely not affordable for ordinary people. Those shops were also not opened by ordinary people. Even an inconspicuous shop in the city could very well have a powerful force behind it. Therefore, even if one wanted to cause trouble here, they had to consider whether they had the ability to bear the consequences. After gaining a general understanding of the continent, they had finally chosen the Spirit Immortal City. This was because even though it was one of the 4 great cities, it was also the leader of the 4 great cities. Since they wanted to settle down, they naturally had to choose the best place. On the other side, Fengjiu, Du Fan, Leng Hua, and the others continued to head towards the Spirit Immortal City. Luo Yu, Wei Feng, Gu Mo, and Qi Kong went out to deal with trouble. There were more than a dozen sect disciples who had their cultivation crippled. However, in the end, only a few families came to find trouble with them. Since that was the case, they had to return the favor. After all, blindly avoiding and retreating was not their master style of doing things. However, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent wasn't their master style. Thus, they only planned to take the heads of the family heads of those few family heads this time. A few days later, Fengjiu and the others changed into an ordinary luxurious carriage and stopped by the mountain road to rest. At this time, the people who had been sent out to deal with the matter had returned one after another. Master, I'm back. Wei Feng was the first to return. He smiled as he walked forward, and he withdrew a spatial ring from a spatial ring. He said, Master, after I killed the patriarch of that management clan, I even plundered so many treasures. Besides that, all the portraits on the bounty boards have been removed. Oh, how did you get the portrait to be removed from the bounty list? Fengjiu raised her eyebrows and took a sip of water from Leng Shuang's cup before asking slowly. Hee. Wei Feng grinned and said, I used some tricks. In the future, even if someone wanted to put up our portraits, they wouldn't dare accept it. Fengjiu puckered his lips and smiled when he heard this, and then he said, when it's necessary to use some tricks, then we have to use some tricks. Only in this way would we be able to put an end to all future troubles. You did well this time.